our country's. But in the last decade or so, it's been in serious, sometimes double-digit decline. The closure of our beautiful pubs and increasingly tight margins in beer all play their part, but there's also been a drop-off in interest in cask ale, especially among younger generations. Its reputation has been damaged by cliches about who drinks it, and quality issues related to how hard it is to brew well and serve right. We've come to believe that cask ale at its best is the ultimate way to enjoy beer. We've fallen in love with our traditional pubs, styles, breweries and culture, and hate to see it slowly falling apart. So we've decided to do something about it. 3 years ago we made a 5-part documentary, Gorgeous Aromas. And yet, when it comes to conversations about the best pints and perfect pours, there's one beer that dominates them all. In fact, there's a whole industry of influencers who travel the world looking for the best. Wouldn't it be great if the reverence and adoration this mass-produced, filtered and pasteurised product receives was also directed at a beer that needs more care, attention and artisanship than any nitro beer? Well, that's what we're aiming to achieve this week, as we look at what goes into brewing crystal clear, foamy and delicious cask, and then what goes into pouring it right. Starting at what might be, right now, the most famous pub in the world. Hey Beer Geeks, now today's episode is all about the perfect pour, what goes into making the perfect pint and what goes into serving the perfect pint. And these days, if you've ever been on Instagram, if you're thinking about those two things, you're probably thinking of a very certain pub and a very specific brand. But what if I told you that the owner of this establishment drinks a very different beer and indeed believes that caring for and serving it is much harder than pouring a pint of this, and indeed much more enjoyable once you've done so? Of course, I'm talking about cask. Anybody want a pint of Guinness? Soho's the Devonshire has become an internet sensation since it opened in late 2023. This is what bookends all these taps. At the end of each bar are 3 cask pumps, and it's here that we got chatting to Oisin, puller of London's most famous pint, about what goes into pouring great beer, and why when he has a beer, it's cask ale he reaches for.
I started off in pubs in London in 1989. I didn't know anything about cask beer, but what I did know was that at that time we sold about as much cask as lager, right. And so lager was still, just overtaking cask ale. And over my 35 years, I've seen it dwindle and dwindle and dwindle. And it's my drink of choice. I love cask beer, as everyone knows. And it's weird how it's kind of fading a little bit from the narrative of what beer is. And for me, it's English beer. We use this Timothy Taylor Landlord, which for me is the best beer in the country. I love it. And it comes up creamy like that. Beautiful, and then we do a second top on it just to get the right head on it. Yeah, so you get this wonderful tight creaminess happening and this kind of soapy bubbles on the top. So make a nice head on it before we bring it to the top.
Of course,
and it tastes amazing.
Sparkler on a northern pint and not on a southern pint.
That's correct though. That's correct. So your northern pint should have this creamy head, and it makes it so delicious. Mm-hmm. And as I said, it's what I drink all the time. Yeah. Did you want me to do a Pride as well?
I'd love it. I'll take a Pride if you take a Timmy's.
No worries. Well, that goes in one go. So you can see it's a different kind of texture on the head. So you get much more sort of soapy bubbles. Yeah. But of course, they come from the natural conditioning in the cellar because we do the secondary fermentation downstairs. Yep. And there you go. Look at that one.
So tell me a bit about that. Obviously, the Devonshire is really famous for its Guinness pour, which takes knowledge and pride and throughput.
Yeah. Yeah, but
cask feels to me like it's still a greater effort even than that to make sure it's in tip-top condition.
Well, we do put a fair bit of effort into the Guinness, but for me, you need more expertise for this to get it absolutely right. Because of course, when it comes in, it's not ready for sale. It's got residual sugar in there, and the yeast is still alive. So you've got to give it a good old shake. You've got to breach the barrel. Let the air get to it so the yeast continues to ferment, falls to the bottom over a period of 24 hours, and then when it's clear, beautiful crystal clear like it is at the bottom of that pint, we'll connect it up and serve it through the old-fashioned pumps. So it's the strength of your arm bringing it up from the cellar, and it's a far more natural product than anything else in our bar.
What's so interesting about, like, Guinness has like this theatre of the pour, right, which people almost fetishise. You get the same with a sparkled pint, right?
Well, I
you
think
get this
so.
kind of gorgeous, slow settle.
You're going to try it?
Yeah, well, yeah, I'll take the tip.
I'm having Taylor. Sorry, you're on the London Pride. That's the way it goes.
Fair enough.
Cheers.
Okay, cheers.
I mean, it's delicious. You know, for me, that's as good a pint as you get in the UK. And sometimes it drives me mad that our sales of this are, while they're big compared to some other pubs, they're really low compared to the Guinness. And I'd love more people to be drinking this, as I do every day.
Yeah. Well, hopefully our campaign with UNESCO is going to help us explain to people the joy that goes into a pint and that goes into drinking it, and you're doing God's work here.
Well, cheers to that. I wish you the very best of luck with it, because it is God's work.
We've already done a video on how to care for cask ale. In fact, it was the first ever episode of Keep Cask Alive. And we've
I grew up drinking Woodworth 6X, which was always as flat as a mill pond.
Yeah.
Brimful in a handle glass usually. And it works differently for different beers. So southern English beers from traditional breweries tend to be very delicate hop flavours. And where in the north the beers do tend to be a bit more bitter, a bit more robust. And if you put a southern beer through a sparkler, I think it ruins it, because you lose a lot of the flavour out the beer.
Right.
Because the effect of the sparkler, which is what we use in the north, is to agitate the beer, and some of those delicate aromatics will just disappear out the top of the glass.
Yeah, it's almost like a sort of sprinkler in the way that it kind of pushes the beer.
Yeah.
Out,
Some
right?
people call them sprinklers, some sparklers.
Yeah.
I call these sparklers because that's what they always were to me.
Yeah.
And sprinkler's the one where you sprinkle onto the top of the beer, which does happen in London and down south, where they have a device on the end which does do that, has that effect.
This little bit of plastic has caused so much consternation between the north and the south. It's unbelievable. I think we're really at odds about it, but it makes so much sense. Now you said about the southern beers maybe being a little more subtle with the flavours, and maybe you lose some of that aromatic stuff when it falls through a sparkler.
So our beers, we taste them in the sample without going through a hand pump line, because we're looking for close differences between things, without the effect of a hand pump. But it tastes quite harsh in our sample room. However, when you pull it through the sparkler, it slightly softens the beer.
Right.
And that's what I mean about it's brewed to be served that way. Because
I'm absolutely convinced, mate.
As always, Andy is a faucet of wisdom and calm. But to truly determine if his rules apply, or if the north or the south is right, we need a side-by-side comparison. Neither me nor Brad were brave enough to ask for a landlord without a sparkler from Andy, so instead we waited until we got a safe distance to pour another iconic beer both with and without a sparkler. That safe distance was in central London, and one of its most ancient pubs, the Old Mitre, in creamy texture. So there you go, you get that almost Guinness-like cascading effect, lots of beautiful creamy head on the top. Even from a southerner, you're not going to hear me deny that that looks like a beautiful, beautiful thing, and I'm already thirsty thinking about it. So let's take the sparkler off and serve this beer the way that it's supposed to be served. So we pour hard. Contrary to what people believe, you should not have a complete lack of head on a pint in the south. It just shouldn't be a creamy head. Again, much quicker to pour when you haven't got to force it through the tiny, tiny holes. So here we have our tightly sparkled, beautiful creamy head on our northern poured pint, and here we have still less tight bubbles, but still a nice, stable head on top of our southern poured pint. So Bradley, it's beer/sitting on the fence time. So here we go, Bradley. 4 pints on the bar, 2 sparkled in the middle.
Yeah.
Looking glorious. I think that you've got lots more sparkled. About creamers, best pints, 10s and perfect pours, whatever the beer style. But let's champion the idea that a great pub, serving great cask from great breweries, is really what we should all be scrolling and searching for.
不要对号入座。哦，是吗？好啊，所以你的意思是说，你现在在怪我自己找拉椅子坐是吗？啊？勇姐，我可以许愿服装，
对，就是可以说，
还可以许愿服装，
应该说他们应该是说可以自选，你要 IG 的哪一套服装，然后我就
你有的，
对，我有的，然后我就拿就是可能未公开或公开的照片给他们，就是让就洗出来，然后画边框这样。
那聊天室如果寄衣服给你，你会穿吗？
寄衣服给我，看尺度，目前还是没有人寄给我过啦。
那如果是就是那种苦力怕装，
我穿的很可爱哎。只要寄给我超开心哎，怎么办？买衣服给我超爽。
真的吗？那种搞怪的 OK，
搞怪可以啊。
还是这边我的一套给他，是假的，传承下去。
这是什么很搞怪吗？
我有一套官方的，
真假的？
苦力怕服装，那个是我在日本的卖快专卖店买的。
刚刚的月啊，
还是
现在应该是正常的了。
也不是不行，可以说开心。
但你刚刚说你会跳宅舞蹈，
可是不太会跳。
然后你会跳是什么宅舞？该不会是那个童话物语吧？那手拿着大那什么？
那我跳宅舞已经快要高中，我才2年级出来。
高中不是2年前吗？
我的2年可能有点长。
还是现在换？所以你会的宅舞是哪一首？哪一首？
我现在只能即兴跳很丑舞。
现在换
哪一首？
金曜日之类的吗？哦嗨哟，no。
那很厉害呀！
可是我真的不太会跳了呢。
没关系啊，他们也不在意啊。
可是我真的不记得怎么跳，等一下。
那可以穿苦力怕装跳。
可以啊，我觉得你
我知道你现在跳，然后你苦力怕装我给你，你可以自己回你的凸起的时候穿着跳。
可以。不好意思啊，大家，等我再练一下。我现在只能跳很丑给你看而已，我只会继续
聊天室想看吗？聊天室想看吗？
只能跳很丑的哦。
我倒还好，我是看聊天室的。要，来，请起立。
我怎么跳很丑的？
你有看过3镜头吗
？3镜头没有，因为我不会跳舞，所以就没有跳。
没事，我以前也不会跳舞，我以前的黑历史。
你要确定啊？
我以前是真的不会跳舞，真的是我身边的人看那影片都觉得很尴尬。
我跳的是我的3正舞给你看，你播3正舞。
真的假的？你会跳3正舞？
我会。
那你先。
我会，我真的会，真的会。
他会不会等下跳一些很奇怪的东西啊？
不会啊，
他要担心吗？他好危险哦。
是不会让你抬舞，但是就可能不太标准。
不太标准，
就是
等我下午找一下。
会很恐怖，
很恐怖吗？
很好笑。
很好笑还是很恐怖？
会很好笑。
同手同脚板。
不会，你们不相信我吗？我现在在后面很生气哦。
3正舞音乐，这个吧。
可以哦。
我先测试一下声音。
可以吗？
好，来了。大家怎么？
一定会。No 呀呀 MMM。
对我。
等一下，让他上去一点。
这好厉害哦！
好，来喽。我有信心的，真的。
我真不会跳舞，不能 cue 我跳舞，
这你自己 cue 自己的，他妈的，3正舞是你自己 cue 自己的吧？
我其实真的有练过，我真的不会那个。
你真的有练过吗？你真的有练过吗？
就是这样子。
来，不是你大拇指的。
要大拇指。等一下，我真的不知道。
没看1天难受，看了整天难受。
没有，因为还在跳，是怎么回事？不行啊，不行。
Baija, Enzo, and today we are going to try some Taiwanese food in Paris. It's been a long time since I wanted to do this concept, and two girls from Paris and Lyon contacted me. They are both Taiwanese, and we are going to meet near the Place Royale to start with some authentic bubble tea, and all day we are going I hope some very good Taiwanese food. So yeah, let's go. The weather is really sunny, so we don't have any minutes to lose. Let's go. Okay guys, so we are with Elvira and Elsa in the Le Thé tea shop in Paris, and we are going to try some authentic tea shop in Paris, and we are going to try some authentic traditional Taiwanese food and bubble tea. So let's go. Okay guys, so I'm with Elsa, and she is living in Lyon, another good city in France, and you can introduce yourself to the... I don't have community name right now.
嗨，大家好，我是 Elsa， 我现在在里昂读语言学校，然后我之后要开始在里昂工作，然后我是学甜点的甜点师，然后今天很高兴有机会可以跟 Enzo 合作，然后带他来巴黎吃好吃的台湾餐厅。
Okay, so we just got the little Taiwanese Madeleine.
Taiwanese Madeleine, yeah, really. And 鸡蛋糕 Taiwanese croissant.
Taiwanese croissant. Little cloud. So the brown one is black tea.
Yeah, black tea.
And the white one is just
original.
Original.
鸡蛋糕。
鸡蛋糕. Okay. 开动. It's really good now. Heights.
好吃。
Do you have other expression to say like it's good?
好家 Taiwanese.
Okay. I want to learn more Taiwanese. Like Hao It's for everything or just food?
Food.
Okay. For drinks, we'll just say hi.
好 yeah.
Alright. Just learn 5 words, but I can remember.
So we have 芋头蒸奶，那里面有珍珠哎。 Does it taste like? Is it good? Like
Really, yeah, fresh milk and.
他第一次喝芋头 The first time he
It's
tried
really
how.
good. So I'm just trying the classic bubble tea. No, brown sugar bubble tea.
Brown sugar.
Really good. Hi, good.
It's better in Taiwan or in here. Let's compare.
I think this one is more light. Like the one I took, there was a lot of sugar and stuff. Well, I like both, but no, this one is good. It feels healthy. I don't know if it's healthy, but it feels more healthy than the one I took.
It's less sugar.
But it's really, yeah, maybe the sugar. So, I do.
Which one you prefer? Like these two? Among these two?
I think this one was better today.
Oh,
More interesting actually. You want me to try the chopstick?
yeah.
Wow.
Show me your skill. Wow, magnifique.
谢谢. Okay guys, so we just finished to try the bubble tea, and I don't remember the name. Elsa and the little tea tanga. It was really good. So le thé, just there. Really good if you want to try. It's girls in a cute little street, Paris. So let's go to the other restaurant. This way. Let's go.
We have to watch together.
Yeah. Par là?
Ouais, c'est ça.
This way. How do you say par là?
那边。
那边?
Oh, good job.
如果连我的网络跑不动，我就觉得真的会哑起来。
That's really good.
Every time first try is okay, and then if you ask me to repeat it, I forget.
Say it again.
Mine can, I don't know.
But they have pistachio. He doesn't like pistachio. And I don't like cocoa.
The boys, the boys are really...
You like pistachio?
I like. But guys, we are going to eat something else, no?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe later.
Yeah. They forget. They
I want to
forgot.
be the king.
Okay, guys. So we are in front of the second Taiwanese shop, Japan.
Japan and in
It's a little
and
jeu de mots.
Japan it means Taiwanese eat bread, like Japan.
Ah.
It's a Taiwanese.
Like pan
Okay.
is also bread, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
In
Okay.
Taiwanese, it's also pan. Yeah,
Okay.
the same pronunciation. Like
Amazing.
similar pronunciation.
Yeah, similar.
Good to know.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
Okay, so let's go. Kaiton. Let's go.
Okay.
泡面包。
葱面包。
On a déjà passé ici.
Where are we going? The shop. Non, Notre-Dame. I got the camera. So.
这是我的
It smells really good, no?
Yeah, so we handmade, it's all handmade.
It smells really good, no?
Yeah, so we handmade, it's all handmade, and also the sauce also all handmade. So hope you enjoyed it.
谢谢。那
And then drink.
And then also have the
Yeah.
Okay.
with the nice.
Maybe not.
For you.
Sauce.
Yeah. Bubble tail.
So it's like a classic bubble tea but with alcohol?
Yes.
Alright.
This is new. Like we can order now.
You are the
Maybe it's
first
the new
one.
trend.
First one. Oh my god. So honored. So honored.
But I forgot which one's stronger, which one's not, so good luck.
Yeah.
Interesting, huh? Yeah, it's good. You want to try this one?
I don't know. Which one is stronger?
Let's find out.
What do you think?
You know the answer.
Try this one.
No,
No, this one.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
This one, this
Okay,
one.
this one.
Poker face.
But she won't know if she didn't try to.
I think she will know.
This one is stronger, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
Sorry.
I knew it.
It's really good now.
Which one do you prefer? Like stronger?
Maybe
or...
the lightest one.
Like
Lighter one?
Yeah,
I like
the
this one.
More
The light
smooth.
one,
The light one.
Yeah. More
Because
smooth.
the stronger one, you feel too much the alcohol compared to the
Yeah. Yeah. I feel the same.
But it depends on what you are looking for.
But actually,
Yeah.
it's a really good combination. I never thought it would like
Bubble
go
tea
so well. Yeah, but
Need it.
yeah, it's
Aw.
really good. Yeah.
In French, we call this a traquenard. Because I don't like to sing. Ok, Okay guys, so the video is over. Thank you for watching. You can subscribe to my channel, leave a like and a comment. Thank you to Elvira.
No,
No, Elvira. No, I know it was there. Thank you to Elvira, thank you to Elsa. You can follow their channel on Instagram. And thank you to Retro Femme. Ciao.
细摩擦。
Hi Jara, I'm Wenzo, and today it's the second part of the Taiwanese gastronomy discovery in Paris. And I have to join Elvira and Elsa, you met in the previous video. And I'm a little bit late, so I have to hurry up. Let's go! Okay guys, so we are in Bopomo, the Taiwanese restaurant, with Elvira and Elsa again. And today we are trying some fried chicken.
Yes.
That's it. And some sweet potato. I think.
Sweet potato.
Sweet potato is this one. Fried
Yeah.
chicken is this one. And so, how do you say the name?
In Chinese?
In Chinese.
咸酥鸡。
咸
酥鸡还是咸酥鸡？咸酥鸡。
咸酥鸡。
Yes.
Alright.
番薯千饼。
番
番
薯。
千饼。
Alright. It looks really good. It smells really good.
Yes, smells so
And
good.
thank you for the restaurant for having us. So, kato.
Hello.
So you use this to it?
Yes.
So it's like with
Yeah.
a chopstick?
No, it's this one. Because usually
Actually-
we eat this in night market. So
Alright.
you walk and then you eat.
Yeah,
so it's very easier to like
easier
to.
walk.
Yes. C'est parti.
C'est parti.
C'est parti.
Let's go. Hard soup.
超好吃. They gave us two flavor. One is with plum powder and one is original.
Yeah.
And this one is with plum powder, so it's kind of sweet and salty.
Okay.
And it's very crunchy and very moist inside. It's really tender. The chicken is really, really good.
For mine is like original, like the original flavor what you eat in Taiwan. It is really authentic. Like I feel like I'm at home right now.
Nice. It's really good. I don't really know if I have the normal one or
Did you feel
The
the sweetness?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Amber?
Amber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
Sweet.
juicy inside. Like
Yeah.
so good.
The best thing is it's really good. Like really, really good. I'm fired.
It's so good. Yeah, I'm fire. I'm on fire.
I'm fired. I'm fired.
I'm fire. It's really sweet.
So good. I feel like it's very light. Like the crispy is like like you can feel
Yeah.
Early.
Yeah, early. I don't know how to say.
And the
it.
sauce.
Yeah.
You know, with
And the sauce is with the garlic. So like it's very strong garlic flavor.
yeah.
Yeah, with
Alright.
in the sauce and super good. Like
It's really sweet.
it's very crispy.
I don't know if you can hear it.
Yeah.
Hot dog.
超级
Have you ever tried this kind of thing? Like
No. This? No.
I think this is kind of like French fries, but
Yeah, but it's
I
like
don't know.
one piece together and not exactly the same fried process. I think. I don't know.
The sauce is very different.
Yeah.
It's very Asian.
Yeah.
So good.
No, it's really good. And it feels like healthy fried. I don't know if you
Yeah.
Bravo, hein. Merci. Une fois que je sais, c'est un régal. Can say it?
What does it mean?
It's delicious.
Okay.
C'est un régal.
C'est da régal.
Ah, c'est dans régal.
C'est un régal.
Régal.
Régal, it means
Do you know what's the meaning of this restaurant?
no, I don't know.
It's the way we learn to type Chinese. It's called 注音。
注音.
It's the first three.
The ABC for
Alphabet, okay.
So it's.
But to be honest, I don't remember the order. I can do A, B, C, D, to Z, but I
You are
cannot.
not Taiwanese.
Okay, you do it. Do you see?
How many times have you hundreds, no, I don't know.
No, not that much, just here. But because we have home, so like we have.
This is for the sound.
Okay.
So like if I say like 谢谢 for example.
I saw the sound.
谢谢
Okay.
is 7 1 谢.
It's like phonetic.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Like this is the tone. Like if you have different tone, you have different words. Like for example, 谢谢谢谢.
Wow.
Show this.
Oh my god.
It's a toxic relationship.
It was really good, guys. Really. 波泡沫. 波泡沫. 赞. I too. Very good. I recommend it 100 times. It's really, really good. Okay, guys, so we are in.
高达70%的人有齿列不整的状况。你以为刷干净了，其实这些缝。
Of the second restaurant, the 37 m², and we are gonna try bento.
便当
Let's go!
Let's go!
We are going to eat 便当.
便当 bento. We have two flavor. We have fried chicken 咸酥鸡 and then 控肉饭. How do you say 控肉饭?
Like braised pork.
Yes.
There are some legume, like some vegetable, and some side dish.
Side dish 小菜.
It's really good.
Yeah. So we usually like take it like at lunch. Like they will, yeah. So we have some shop on the streets, and you can take it easily from the shop, and you can take out and go to
Okay, take away. Or
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, the pork is really good.
So soft.
Yeah. This also is good, huh?
It's so tender.
Yeah, try this cucumber. This is a very traditional side dish.
Cucumber?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
this is
with garlic.
Yeah.
garlic.
It's a very traditional
And sesame.
side dish in like restaurant. You can take. C'est bon? I'm very proud of it. Aren't you?
It's really fresh.
Now let's try
The fried chicken.
Fried chicken.
What's it called again?
Oh, I don't remember. Shiatsuji, of course, easy.
Easy.
This is the flavor I want. It's so authentic.
It's really good.
Yeah, it's so
Yeah.
authentic. It's so good. Which one you prefer? Both?
I feel the chicken is more. It's like something I don't eat that often.
Ah, the chicken.
Yeah.
You have this in France.
But yeah, it's breast pork, so we can.
Okay, yeah.
Kind of, you know, it's not exactly the same.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah.
So yeah. No, it's like fried chicken. It's not really French.
Yeah.
So, but pork, yeah. We eat a lot of pork in French. So, yeah. But both are really good. I assume.
Recommended. And then
Of course. 37 m².
Let's try.
oolong bubble tea.
It's really
Fresh?
soft, fresh, yeah. Really soft and it's really good.
I really like the tapioca they have. It's
Yeah.
very cheap and they have a like honey flavor of the tapioca.
我觉得它的奶香很好喝，是很顺口的奶香。Like I like the milk flavor inside this one.
kind of,
Yeah.
yeah, like-
Yeah.
Very
I
light.
think this one has more milk flavor than the tea flavor compared
but-
to what we had
Yeah.
before.
No,
Yeah.
Okay, definitely.
Yeah. Right?
Really fresh. Really good.
So, guess the price for it. Like,
Guess the price
yeah,
for
yes.
the box.
For what box?
Yeah. I would say between 15 and 20, so maybe 18 euros.
No, it's like 12.99.
12.99?
Yes.
So actually
The
it's a good
economy
price.
sale.
Ah, 12.99. Okay, yeah, so it's really not, it's cheap, but in a good way.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay, and I think you're really full after that.
Yeah, and it's very healthy.
Rice.
You have the veggie and the meat and the
It's like,
rice.
yeah, very diverse.
Yeah.
Yeah, 12.99.
Very good for students.
I think it's 12.99.
Yeah.
Let me check. Sorry.
12.50, it's even lower.
This is 12.50 and this is 13.50.
Very good for students to come.
Yeah.
Or like for like people working nearby. together lunch. Yeah.
Recommend. So it's time for our little QA part in the video.
So we input the questions of his stance, and also we create some questions for him.
What is the funniest photo on your smartphone?
And you have to show.
If possible.
Yes.
If possible.
2 hours later.
Yeah, I have one. So it's like I was doing box with my friend.
What's in your mouth?
It's like to protect my teeth. That's true. That's true. What's one French phrase or slang that everyone should learn, and what does that mean? That's a good question.
Maybe you can also join the conversation.
Guys, you can help me maybe. Slang stuff like genre, it's like. It's not a slang stuff, but it's like.
Or like je kiffe.
Ah, je kiffe. Ouais, je kiffe.
I teach you.
Yeah, she teach me. But ça va mon gars, genre what's up my bro.
But it's only for like guys to guys.
But you can. Ça va meuf, You can say meuf. Woman, meuf.
So if I see my friend, like
ça va.
girlfriend, I will say ça va meuf.
Ça va. It will be really fun.
And if I say to like a guy, can I say
ça va mon gars?
Mon gars?
Yeah.
Ça va mon gars?
Mon gars, ça va. But it's kind of informal.
Yeah,
okay. For friends.
So meuf.
Don't say this to your teacher. Okay?
Yeah, don't say this to
your boss.
What do you want to say to Ian and Eric?
As I said in like the previous videos I did, thank you for everything, and I hope to see them soon, maybe soon. But yeah, thanks for everything. The highlights on myself, on my account, on my art. So yeah, thanks. You're going to change my life. So thank you. Appreciate it. Okay guys, so I'm gonna try the spicy
老干妈
with the little grandma. I'm gonna try this fried chicken. I don't. No, it's okay.
Yes, great.
But this gives more flavor.
Yeah.
Approved. Really good. Okay, it's not too spicy.
It's not too spicy. You just get the food flavor of the onion and the spicy oil, but you don't really find
Maybe I
the
have to
spice.
put more in also.
Yeah.
And the chicken, really good. 老干妈 approved. We are in front of the third restaurant,
Yes.
Mia Kitchen, still with Elvira, Elsa.
C'est parti!
And c'est parti! Alright, so we are in the kitchen restaurant. It's really cute out there. They opened just for us, so I can already say thank you. It's really nice. And as you can see, the decoration is really aesthetic, really beautiful.
请给我
请给我
Please give me.
Please give me. 请
Because we
请给我
don't only say CD, we say with
what
other
you
phrases.
want, okay. Everything is
Yeah, we're going to eat the soup now.
okay.
There's a specific way to eat. So take one.
Yes.
That was,
We take
The
one
fork?
first.
yeah,
with-
and then you take
The spoon under, in case
Or
the
maybe
soup is coming
you
out.
can,
You can show me if you want.
demonstrate for him.
For once.
Comme ça? Yes, just put one on the spoon.
Okay.
And then you bite a little bit with the hole,
And
then
then
you
get the soup
get
out.
the soup out first.
Because the soup
Good,
is
yeah, and be careful, it will be hot.
fishy. Alright. Kaito. It's really good.
The meat is very
soup.
juicy inside, and the skin is very chewy. I think the combination with the veggie is really like
Yeah.
fresh. Because in town we don't usually have the veggie,
Okay.
but I think it's a very good combination.
Yeah.
It gives another levels of the taste.
You can tell it's
Yeah.
interesting.
Traditional one we eat with ginger.
What?
Okay,
And
but
then we
it
have
does
a-
put some ginger inside, no?
Maybe.
I feel some ginger. Add soup.
And then I think because we also dip in the sauce like vinegar sauce.
Okay.
And this I don't know what it's called in English, but in Chinese it's called 做姜草, and it has a taste like acid taste.
Okay.
If you just take this, yeah, it's kind of a vinegar. So I think they changed.
So they remove the vinegar.
Yeah, I think.
Okay. Nice. What do we try next?
Maybe
Otopapon. Both are called like this?
No, this is the sanbei chicken.
Sanbei chicken?
Yeah.
And l'otopapon.
And this is like a very traditional street food. Like you can just go to a shop and it's like $30 NT or $40 NT.
Right.
And it's like very easy, like pork with the sauce.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's so common.
Okay.
Everywhere.
That's right.
Let's try.
Ça fait longtemps.
Ça fait longtemps.
Ouais.
Yeah, I will take also something.
Yeah, it's very
This one?
traditional. This is radish.
It's radish.
But
Yellow radish.
Mariné.
Yeah.
We say mariné. We are in France.
Yeah, mariné.
Merci. 好好吃。
它是
So good.
It's like for me it's like more Tainan style. It's a more sweet.
Yeah.
Sweet style.
And the radish is really sweet.
And the meat is like mixed with the fat and there's a very well balanced. Like you can feel the juice of the meat.
And I have to say in Chinese because like 它的酱汁就是扒在那个饭上面，所以是很下饭，
超好吃的。
That's a lot of stuff.
What do you think?
It's really good. Huh?
So good. It's better than what I did.
Like I can have a lot of rice with the sauce.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think you have to learn this phrase. The 刷嘴. It's a Taiwanese, and it's like it means like you cannot stop eating.
How do you say?
刷嘴.
刷嘴. Okay.
So when
I will
you
use it now.
yeah, every time. Yeah, like it's like
刷嘴.
yeah, it's a very high compliment. Like
Okay.
if you want to say yeah, 刷嘴.
We have another dishes.
I'm in paradise.
Ooh.
It's the dumpling with the shrimp.
It's a wonton. You know
wonton.
If it is English, but yeah, dumpling.
Okay.
A dumpling in the soup.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what you told me about.
Yeah.
And then there's shrimp inside.
It's really good. Huh?
它连米饭都煮得超级好
Because they choose the Japanese rice, which is the
like
most
high quality.
like high quality,
Yeah.
and more expensive one.
Okay.
So you can really taste the difference.
Amazing.
超级好吃
Incroyable.
Incroyable.
Of course.
Next. So now we are going to eat some baked chicken. It's a bit different from like what we usually do in Taiwan. It's like they bake the chicken, but with the similar sauce, like the soy sauce.
3 cup.
And the 3 cup and the basilic.
Okay.
Because they find this way is less oily.
Right.
Yeah, and to keep the juice of the chicken.
I know you can wait.
No.
Do you want some salad?
It's okay. Maybe the seeds, but yeah.
How is it?
Really, I would say it's like the texture is like a suprême de poulet. You know that a special part of the chicken, I think, or a special cooking, like really soft, really.
Yeah,
it's really amazing.
Yeah,
it's really amazing. Just that.
I feel like there's a special seasoning. There's a very special taste
really
of the cooking. Yeah.
The chicken is really well cooked.
Yeah.
The sauce is, and I would say also it's Taiwanese.
Yeah.
Taiwanese
Taiwanese
style.
Yeah.
It's more
a bit sweet. Sweeter than like the north. And I'm from Tainan, so I think.
A lot of people want me to go to Thailand.
Tainan.
Of course.
It's the capital of gastronomy.
Yeah. Everybody told me that.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Yeah. I'm the local guy.
You'll show me. Oh wow. You have to try the egg.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say how it tastes, but it's really surprising and really good. You will see.
How
Maybe it's the best egg I ever had. Maybe you're not surprised because it's normal for you, but
there's some seasoning very different. I think they put.
I wanna try.
yeah, you have.
这什么茶叶？
我们是用我们的喝的茶泡的泡菜，
I'm trying to guess.
是荔枝茶。
啊，荔枝 Yeah, that's why.
Yeah,
that's why.
I feel like it's a little fruity.
Yeah,
that's what I say. Like
that's why I found it different.
Yeah,
very special.
Especially it's really fresh. Like,
yeah.
I was expecting like to be the same temperature as the dish.
Because I expected
it's really fresh.
It's
amazing.
Like only with the soja, like the normal taste.
Yeah.
But there's some fruit inside. So
yeah.
I think about maybe it's yuzu, but
amazing.
They told us it's they use the lychee tea.
Yeah.
So it's lychee tea.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was why.
Because I saw the color was kind of like the tea eggs I tried in Taiwan.
Yeah.
It's really fresh. It's
It's very different.
Yeah.
Ça,
So
c'est-
all the combination is really well balanced, like with the meat, with the rice, with
Nothing
the
is taking
salad.
too much
Yeah,
over.
yeah, exactly. Like. Incroyable.
C'est juste incroyable.
Super. So now we are going to eat.
How do you say that?
鲜虾馄饨。
鲜虾馄饨.
Yes.
Wonton. Okay. So it's soup with dumplings?
Yes.
With shrimp dumplings?
Yes.
So I can wait again. Vraiment bon.
Oh my god. Wait, the whole shrimp, like very big shrimp inside it.
It's so good, it doesn't even taste like a regular shrimp. I don't know what to say.
And the flavor of the soup is like you can feel it like pepper.
I think it's a
Yeah.
The
And
pepper.
the
The
back
shangyou.
pate. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
The pepper.
yes.
Really balanced. If you want to make a part 3, 4, 5, I mean,
C'est incroyable.
it's okay. Kimchi, c'est trop bon. Ah, we have to try the kimchi.
Oh yeah. We usually like will go with the rice. Yeah.
Ah, okay. It's in with the.
And did you
This is side
recognize this is the thing you eat with the stinky tofu?
Oh
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's why. It's not a good memory. I hope it will be better.
Yeah.
Smells really fresh.
Yo.
C'est vraiment bon. Kind of acid, but not too
Ouais.
much.
Yeah.
Really fresh, and the texture.
Very crunchy. I really want to have stinky tofu now, you know.
Yeah.
I know you don't want, but
Yeah.
Maybe if they are doing the sticky tofu, maybe I will take it. Well,
It's a perfect kimchi. I love it.
because in France it's hard to find Taiwanese kimchi.
Yeah.
You can only find Korean kimchi. So if you miss Taiwanese kimchi, just come here.
Exactly.
To Miao Miao Kitchen.
Yeah.
that's just that.
Everything is so good.
Yeah.
Please come.
Incroyable.
That's waffles with the tea. So this is the last restaurant we'll spend time together. So thank you, Enzo.
Thank you, Enzo.
Thank you, thank you, Elsa. Thank you, Aya.
Thank you. And
And
thank you,
thank you,
Miao Miao
Miao.
Kitchen.
Thank you, guys.
It's like what my grandfather
Yeah.
will drink.
Yeah, exactly the same flavor.
Wow.
You like it?
Yeah, I really like it.
Yeah. You
I'm
tried it
not,
before? It's the first time.
I think it's the first time.
Okay.
It's not the same we have.
Yeah,
No,
it's not the
it's
same.
It's not the same.
It's a typical like tea that you will make in house. Yeah.
How do you say the name already?
绿茶.
Blue cha.
Like green tea.
Okay. I just mean green tea?
Yeah, just mean
Okay.
green tea.
Alright. Green tea. So again, I have to guess the price for everything we took.
How much for lobaba?
The one with
The
chicken.
breast pork.
The breast pork. I would say like 16 or 18 euros.
It's the same price.
13.50?
What?
Alright.
Very good price.
Yeah, really good, huh? Very good price.
No, it's
Oh,
a
basilic.
I don't
chicken.
know.
Ah,
I'm
désolé.
joking. But I think if it's 13.50 for the pork, maybe it will be kind of the same for the
Yeah,
Oh.
you're
chicken.
right.
It's the same portion, so
Smart.
yeah,
Yes.
smart guy. Good brain. The dumpling show, yeah, maybe because it's a soup. I would say about maybe 10.
7.
It's 7 only.
太便宜了
It's
啦。
not,
老板，
it's
我
not
觉得可
really
以给
expensive.
高价格。
Too cheap in Paris. I
It's too
feel.
cheap in
Yeah,
Paris,
you know,
and
in
in
Paris-
this neighborhood it's really cheap. In the 8e arrondissement, really it's really cheap, really good. So for
And
this
the
price, the
quality-
quality is amazing.
Yeah, the quality is way
Yeah.
more above
The price.
The price. It's really high recommended.
Good, cheap, amazing. Good location.
Incroyable.
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 I have another gift for you. This time it's not the century egg,
Thank
but
you.
something looks similar because it's black too.
What
He
can
doesn't
it
know. He doesn't know.
be? I don't know. Wow.
Really?
Cannelé. It's delight.
I know it's really good.
Better.
Better than any
then we have to-
boulangerie à Paris.
Oh.
In front of the.
Love it.
Oh my god, so crispy.
ASMR.
It's so crispy.
It's really good, huh? You made it. Really good.
Homemade.
Elsa chef.
Homemade gift. Let's do some questions. Continue the questions.
Yeah. What's your favorite food in France?
I think there's a questions from your fan.
Yeah.
I always eat pasta like
It's
in
not
everyday.
French.
Yeah, but I know because in everyday life I don't do very French dish.
Not bourguignon or. No.
The dessert tarte tatin is really good.
Oh, okay.
But maybe it's not my favorite.
Okay.
I don't know. Coq au vin is good. Voilà.
Covin? What?
Coq au vin. Roaster with wine. It's like really the French stuff. Coq au vin.
Okay.
It's not chicken. It's like the main.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, interesting.
I don't know. Maybe coq au vin.
What's your most guilty pleasure?
I really put coconut powder everywhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I really love this.
Like in pasta or something?
Oh no.
Dessert.
It will not be a guilty pleasure. It will be a blasphemic pleasure. No, I just like this in.
But where like?
Like in dessert, like
okay.
like in white yogurt.
Yeah, white chocolate.
Okay.
I love this with hot chocolate. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I really like coconut stuff.
Interesting.
Maybe
I didn't know.
that's my guilty pleasure. So yeah, bunti. You know bunti? It's like I don't know, cookies with chocolate and coconut inside. It's not cookies, it's soup. It's like
like
chocolate bar with bunti with coconut inside. Like blue and white.
I really don't like coconut flavor.
Yeah, you don't?
Not with the powder, but I like.
I don't like the texture of like the crispy.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay.
Such a shame. But I have two new friends, but okay.
It's a guilty pleasure, of course. Okay.
Yeah, I really love that.
What inspired you to start doing photography?
So I will do it as quick as possible. I was in Rome for 1 year, and there's a lot of cultural patrimony, art and architecture in Rome. And so I was filming with my phone at first. After some time I said, okay, photography would be really cool to have a good camera, so I can really zoom and have good
quality
details,
colors,
good quality colors. So that's why that's how I started my photography adventure.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
What's your favorite pic you took for now? Too many.
Okay. I think this is every your fans will.
I saw a
want to
little
know.
bit the question.
What?
Already.
Oh my god, what's that?
What's your ideal type?
Oh la la.
我的生活自有节奏，在妈妈眼里，我们都是孩子。
This one 3 hours later.
Yeah, maybe 2 days later. No, but it's just small girls, brunette, brunette.
Brown hair?
Yeah, dark hair.
Dark hair?
Not blonde, sorry. I don't think there's a lot of blonde in Taiwan.
No.
Yeah.
We always black hair or brown.
So yeah, just.
That's only the quality? Like how
It's
about
so easy.
Yeah, no, but.
It's everywhere. How about
yeah.
the personality?
Ah, yeah, that's a better question.
We don't care about appearance.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Someone that's kind of into art.
Yeah,
like,
true.
She doesn't have to be.
Yeah, the same interest.
Yes, but kind of sense.
She also like art, like
museum.
Art, museum.
Yeah, true.
Movies.
That's important. Yeah, that's
you have the same hobby.
Yeah.
Yes, but yeah, of course. Yeah, same hobby. A bit of sport. Funny also is really good.
Yeah, funny is really good.
Otherwise it's boring.
Yes.
Voilà. Yeah, so just the same hobbies.
Now you know what you should go on, okay?
Yeah, maybe.
What's a French stereotype that you think is completely untrue? I think this is a good question.
Maybe we should say some stereotypes.
Yeah, maybe did you have any stereotype before?
We always say French guys are romantic.
French guys romantic, okay?
Yeah, we will say that.
Also,
because you are already in France, so you know, like, I mean, when you are in Taiwan, what is your stereotype about French?
Like in movies or stuff.
But like for Americans, like they don't speak English.
Oh, that's true. They don't like to.
Oh, it's not a stereotype.
It's true.
It's just true. Maybe the young people are more and more speaking.
But actually, I don't feel like it's arrogant. It's because they think it's polite to observe you speak French. It's not like this. Like it sounds less racist. When people speak French at the first time to you, it's because they think you will speak French as well, and they don't want to assume you as a foreigner, even if I look Asian.
Oh, maybe that's why.
Yeah.
But
so I think
it's also maybe because they don't speak English.
Yeah, like both
I think
way.
It's 50-50 on this.
Yeah,
one.
both way. So I don't think it's arrogance. It's like a
No,
polite way
kind of.
to assume the people.
Yeah, but not everybody is polite.
Yeah,
because it's also another stereotype that we are not polite.
Yeah, true.
Fine.
True.
Parisian vibe.
Yeah, it's like a.
Did you have a stereotype?
Like romantic?
Or something else, I don't know. Because I saw someone in the QA stuff.
Yeah.
They told me, is it true that the French people don't
Like-
take showers and just put perfume?
Yeah.
No, but
That's a stereotype.
what? But it's a stereotype from like the 18th century, like, and it was just like.
So it's very untrue.
It's really untrue, and it was just like in the royalty stuff.
But they
you know?
like to take shower in the morning, right?
In the morning or in the evening, or
It
in the
depends.
evening, or even more people takes
Two
morning
times.
But I feel like in the winter they usually take less shower. No. Like sometimes if they don't. Maybe just my.
Yeah, maybe just. But it's
Maybe just
interesting to
different.
see how.
It depends on people, yeah.
Yeah, it depends on people, but it's either morning or evening, and
Yeah.
I
Because
think
it's
for
hard
most
to
people.
sweat and you will not feel. You will
Yeah,
still
but
feel.
For
like-
me, it's like basic to
Yeah.
take a shower in the evening before going to your bed.
Yeah,
like,
for me it's
because
like this.
you did all the dirty. The world is dirty. You
Yeah.
know? So when you go
Yeah.
in your house, but when you wake up,
You take.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Unless it's really
sure.
hot, it's like the summer, so you sweat and stuff.
Okay, so this one is untrue.
Yeah, no perfume. It's
No
no,
perfume.
it's a really bad cliché.
But you don't wear perfume right now. Did you
Yes,
don't
just a
even-
little bit.
A little bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I say that.
No, we.
Thank you.
What is one of your New Year goals for 2025?
Ah, that's good.
Yeah.
I want to be more dedicated to my creative influencer journey. But in the meantime, I really feel kind of pressure. Well, I put pressure to myself to do more videos and stuff. And in the end, I don't do nothing, so I put even more pressure to myself.
Yeah.
So I want to be creative, but in a healthy way.
Yeah.
Kind of.
That's important.
You know?
Yeah.
It's important to
So
be
yeah,
happy.
so this and Musée d'Orsay stuff also I want to be serious about it. And yeah, I want to create more and more stuff, and maybe I don't know if I can have. I would love to have partnerships with videos brand, photography brands and
Yeah,
stuff.
sponsors.
Because sponsors also not, but like so it can be my work, you know.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
not a passion, but in
be
the end,
more professional.
Yeah, more professional,
Yeah.
and maybe work with museum at the end.
Yeah,
It would be really my dream.
Good. That's good.
To work with museum,
Yeah.
That's a really good
art
goal.
stuff,
Yeah.
and that's good. So yeah.
Please contact him, Enzo.
My mail. Just there.
Also, maybe Taiwan museum in Taiwan. Maybe you can.
Yeah, a lot of people told me about
Yeah.
that. If I go to
Collaborate.
Taiwan, I will try
Yeah.
to with the National Museum of
Oh
Taipei.
my god.
Yes,
the
it's
national
really,
museum is
really
beautiful.
acquired.
Yeah. And also I saw that there are like a YouTuber really famous in Taiwan for history.
Okay.
I don't remember
okay.
his name, but some people tagged him in under my videos.
Okay.
Yeah.
He has a glass.
Oh,
Hook? Yeah, it's hook.
But she doesn't have the glasses.
Ah, she? Okay, sorry.
She doesn't have the glasses.
This is the goal.
Yeah.
The last
That's one.
You will succeed. Ah, okay.
What?
It's really good for the
For
ending.
ending?
Yeah. So, what was your first thought when
Ah.
we invite you for this project?
Perfect question.
Yeah,
for the
it's
last-
like, oh my god,
It's like
destiny.
the destiny. I was really happy. Like I was like, oh cool.
Don't you think like who are them like?
No, but because like first you were not in my
Follower.
No,
I
were
follow
not
you
in-
already.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you are not in my hidden message, you know.
Ah, why?
But because maybe you follow me or I don't know. Some people are not
Okay.
in my hidden message. And I saw your channel. It looks like really interesting.
Yeah.
And I really wanted to do the Taiwanese
Restaurant.
gastronomy
Yeah.
in Paris, so
Yeah.
I was like,
Perfect.
yeah, I was really happy.
Yeah.
So,
Me too.
over.
We feel honored.
Thank
Thank you, Honor, too. Thank you. 谢谢.
谢谢大家. Thank you for watching.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah.
Ciao.
Okay, so this is the end of the videos. It was really a great journey to try every Taiwanese food. Thank you, Elvira. Thank you, Elsa. You can follow our channel. You can follow mine if you like the video. You can leave a comment. You can subscribe. And thank you, Mia.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Perfect Czech lager at home. Following on from part 2, we now take a look at what goes into pouring that perfect Czech lager. There's a vast amount of care and skill that goes into that perfect pour, and we had to take a deep
自信是素颜也晶莹剔透。SK-II 青春露 Pitera 3大功效，我的自信是素颜也晶莹剔透。SK-II 晶莹剔透，立即拥有。
Basically, it chills the glass, and again, it matches the temperature of the beer being dispensed at. Layer, and then you pour the beer underneath the layer. So when we were talking about the two main enemies of the beer, the grease and the oxygen, So we basically not exposing the beer to any oxygen because we are creating the layer, the protective layer. So starting very simply, we open just a little bit, put the foam at the bottom, keeping the spout in the beer and then opening it fully. And then we go all the way up and narrowing the glass all the way, and once you to the top, you stop it and without letting dripping back, that's your beer. Na zdraví.
That looks fantastic.
Okay, Martin, so I've just shown you how to use the looker tap, the looker side pull tap. But actually here in Budvar, we believe that for our beer, the best pour is a two-step pour. So what it actually does is that it reduces the amount of CO2 and it elevates the malty note, or as we like to call it, the harmony between the maltiness and bitterness. It starts fairly simple. Clean glass, chilled and rinsed. And again, starting with the foam of creating the protective layer, again in the middle, in the bottom, and you pour the beer just underneath it. And once you get it 2/3, you stop it and let it sit on the side without letting it drip back. What this does is that the CO2 starts to escape. So therefore, you're reducing the amount of CO2, so you bring out the drinkability, but also the protein matrix in the head thickens up, so it creates stable head retention. So again, the longer the head stays on the beer, the fresher the beer remains. Yeah, so quite essential. So the 30 seconds in, and then basically you submerge the spout all the way in and just open it fully until you get the right measure. There we go. So wow. The difference between one-step and two-step pour is the one-step pour complements more bitter beer, more bitter Czech lagers, but us in Budvar, we've got around 22 IBU for most of our beers, so it actually complements the two-step pour. But that's not it. There are also other pours.
So what are these other pours you talked about?
The other pour would be called taster. So historically, when the beer comes to work, he needs to check the quality of the beer. Obviously, we like to drink the beer, but testing the quality for the beer tender is super essential. So we're starting with a little bit more foam than usual, open it fully, and then literally, once the finger away from the top, you should be having 2 fingers of beer, 3 fingers of foam, and 1 finger left from the top. So this would be the taster. Would you like to taste the taster?
That foam's really wet.
It's very wet.
It's not full of CO2 or what?
And again, reflecting on what the Ant said, the wet foam, it's what brings out the texture, brings out the creaminess of the beer, like brings out the drinkability.
Yeah, you could easily smash that. I'm going to regret this. Are there any other types of pour?
Absolutely. And the next one is actually one of my favorites, or not, if not the most favorite one. It's called the milk or the mliko pour. So it's fairly simple. Again, you get a chilled, clean, rinsed glass, and then you open the looker tap just a little bit to get the foam, and you keep on pouring. So this beer, as you opening the tap just a little bit, you're agitating the beer, and you keep degassing it. So you're getting less carbonation, and brings out the drinkability. So this beer historically would be the refresher. As you're degassing it, it doesn't force you to release all the gas. So
wow.
Historically, this would be the refresher. So you're rushing for the bus. Yeah, you need to brew something to get refreshed, and the mliko would be the pour. Yeah, very essential to drink it at one go to get a refreshing note.
You're expecting me to drink that in one go?
Absolutely, Martin.
No, that's impossible.
Impossible.
Vadim, thank you so much for taking us through the different types of pour. Now, this is a beautiful setup, but people don't have this at home, so can you give some tips and advice on how to make sure that the beer that you're spending so long brewing is also served to this beautiful standard?
Absolutely. Like, I'm glad you mentioned that, brewing the beer takes quite some time, so it's really necessary. As you heard Adam talking about, if you spend lots of time creating the best product, you want to use the best to serve it to get the best experience. And for me, the looker tap is what.
You know what's the definition of American beer?
What?
It's like having sex in a canoe. It's f***ing close to water.
Sounds awesome. Wait, no.
So we're here at Letna Beer Gardens to start off our beer tour.
Yeah. So this place was recommended to us by multiple locals as not only one of the best beer gardens in the city, but one of the ones with the best view, which, looking out at that view, I don't think they were lying, folks.
Living like a true Czech. Getting it done early.
Yep, we were told that in Prague, people drink beer throughout the entire day. It's like a day-long adventure. They drink it kind of like water, so that's what we're doing today.
Yeah, and what we have here is kind of like water.
It's very light beer, which I like. I like a light beer, so I'm excited.
Yeah, ready, Freddie?
Yeah, cheers.
Yep. It's like a better college beer, right?
Actually, yeah, that's a really good way to put it.
Yeah.
It's giving me flashbacks to red Solo cups, but in like a classy way.
The heads on the beer are always pretty high, but they have like a guide about how to do it. Oftentimes, if you had a head this big in the States, you'd be like, ugh, that bartender blows.
And head is foam.
Head is foam.
For people who don't know beer like me.
Head is foam.
No. Insert graphic below that explains what all that stuff means.
Yeah. You don't have to know a lot about beer to enjoy this here, enjoy this view, and just like live like you live in Prague.
Yeah. So we're heading off to the next place. We've got to cross this bridge right here to get to the next spot across the river.
We arrived at Letna Beer Gardens at like 11 a.m. and ordered our beer, and like we were some of the only people there. It's now 12 and the place is bumping.
Yeah. 12 p.m. Friday afternoon. The Czechs are already getting us started.
Yeah.
So we are now at Pivovarsky Club, which is one of the biggest beer boutiques in the country. They have over 250 kinds of beer, as you can see behind us, as well as some beers on tap, which we are going to be trying today.
And that's a little unique to at least Prague. So like what we've seen here is oftentimes a bar will only offer like one or two types of beer. So it's really nice to have all of this in one place.
So the first one we're gonna try is the one that they always have on tap. And this one is actually brewed at a local monastery. So they brew their own beer there and it's local. Cheers.
Yep. Yeah, with a little fruity note.
It tastes very similar to the one we had at Letna. Very nice. You want to do that one? I'll do this one.
Sure. And the wild cherry.
I'm excited for the pumpkin. It's October. It's pumpkin season. Is it pumpkin spice? Wow, it really does smell like cough syrup. Oh. Tastes like juice.
I could listen to you say the word juice forever.
Tastes like juice.
Juice.
These are specialty ones though. Like, yeah, I've never tasted anything quite like these. I would not drink this all day. I would be extremely hungover.
Kirby is all beered out. So I'm here with my friend Yannick. Am I saying that well enough?
Perfect.
Yannick?
Perfect. Wow, very good. Yes, wow, thank you. I do a guide show about Prague where I try to show tourists and visitors where to go and where not to go.
Can you tell us where we are?
Yeah, sure. We're in a pub called the Dva Kohouti. not only a pub but also a brewery. They make the beer right here. It's more of a, I would say, youngster place than other pubs in Prague.
You heard it here, it's a youngster place. We've been to a couple breweries and pubs, and we've gotten a lot of Pilsner style beer. Is that the kind of normal thing to expect when you come here?
Yes, most likely you'll get a Pilsner style or type beer because the style or the way it's made was invented in the city of Pilsen, which is about an hour away from Prague. So we gave the world Pilsner type beer.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you're welcome, America. We also gave you the word robot and dollar. Yeah, did you know that? You didn't.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Those are two scary words you gave us.
They have special glasses for sampling. Adam's very proud of those glasses. Tiny little glasses, so you can do sampling of all the beers.
Okay.
And then we'll decide.
Cut two. But I have another question. How do you drink the foam?
You just drink it. It's drinkable.
I mean, you can drink the foam, technically. You can also drink mud.
And because you're American, we're gonna get you Apollo, which means it's only foam.
I know.
And it's drinkable.
Look at this.
It's mostly girls drink that, no? Cheers.
They did something to it where it's not just foam. It's a little more liquid.
Well, it's beer.
I don't know how to explain it. You would never find this. Do you find this in other places in Europe too?
Nah, only in Czech Republic.
Only in Czech Republic.
I'm getting drunk a bit.
He's getting drunk. He's a lightweight from foam. This is so strange still to me.
Yeah?
Yeah. In the States, beer is so expensive. When I go out, I want the highest ABV. You know, I want the biggest bang for my buck. So it's like hard for me to wrap my head around just ordering foam.
Yeah, but the foam would, like, you're still ordering the same amount of beer.
Are you?
Yes, of course, don't worry. It's, in terms of quantity, it is the same. It's not just foam. Like, I mean, look, you only got foam and it's turning slowly into beer. There is beer in the foam.
It's still...
Also, did you know
that's even crazier for me to wrap my head around.
Yeah. You know what's the definition of American beer?
What?
It's like having sex in a canoe. It's f***ing close to water.
Sounds awesome. Wait, no.
But I'm saying in terms of taste.
I don't agree with that.
The description of a Czech person is drinking Czech beer, turning it into Budweiser.
That I agree with.
All right, so just had to go take a little nap after all of that beer. We are here with Yannick at Červený Jelen.
Červený Jelen, okay. You got it almost
I'm gonna try that again. Červený Jelen. Jelen.
You can just say red deer.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what it means.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And most of the pubs are named after animals.
Okay.
And that's also referring to buildings in Prague that used to have numbers.
Oh.
They used to have signs on the door. So it would be a house by the swan, house by the deer, house by the elephant, house by the camel, right?
Cool.
So,
I'm learning so much already.
no, don't. Just don't fact check what I say. No, Červený Jelen is okay.
Yeah.
It's like if I would pronounce California, California.
I'm just gonna start from where we are.
Right here.
Okay.
That's where you hold it.
Okay.
You raise it.
Okay.
You look into my eyes.
I know.
And you say, Na zdraví.
Na zdraví.
Na zdraví, there you go.
It's a brand new pub, actually. It just opened, and it is the biggest one in the Czech Republic. It's actually used to be a 1930s bank vault, so it's 3 floors, and you can actually walk downstairs into what used to be the vault and drink there.
Stanislav Fiala, the architect who made it, actually won the award for the best architect. So it's not only a combination of a great beer, of a great brewmaster, but also amazing architecture.
Yeah, it's truly beautiful.
You know why you put this under the glass?
Because condensation?
Yes, condensation, so you don't drip on your pants. But the original reason was, so once again, the air wouldn't get in touch with the beer.
Oh.
So originally it was placed here. But then they invented the thing with the mug with the head. So they got rid of this, and they were like, what do we do with this? Well, let's just put it on here. And once again, if this is not true, I'm not responsible for it, because I was told this by Tomáš. The way it works in Prague is, or in Czech Republic, you go to a pub, they have one kind of beer, not 40. So you almost never go to a pub saying, oh, I want this kind of beer. You just say one.
Oh.
So sometimes I go to a pub here and there's an American in front of me saying, what kind of beers do you have? And it's like, this one. Pilsner.
Okay.
That's my favorite kind of beer.
Come back to life.
You want to play a pub game?
Oh, this one is different. Whoa!
What do it?
Ah!
What am I supposed to be doing?
Hey yo!
Or it falls?
Missed it.
I'm sorry I missed it. I've seen it before.
It reminds me of Flip Cup.
Yeah, but can you watch this? Watch my face.
Oh.
Ready? Did you see that? So, we were all gonna go to the pub, which has do your own tappy taps, but our honest guide here has suggested another.
Well, but like, do you go to coffee places where you make your own coffee? No.
So there's that reason, you know, we trust him.
Makes sense.
And there's a game going on, and it's just mayhem.
Luckily in Prague, seems like there's a pub on every corner, so we're good.
We're drunk anyway. Honest guy. He's our friend.
So we're right next to the Charles Bridge. That's the tower of the Charles Bridge. And this is a pub called Lokál u Bílé kuželky, which means local by the white pin. You can see the white pin is on the corner over there. And I'll take you inside. And so we're back in the main room, where you can see the illustrations on the wall by famous Czech artists. Each of these pubs is illustrated by a different artist. You can hear Czech here a lot, so this pub is usually a mixture of Czechs and tourists. That's why I prefer it over some other pubs.
We got a bunch of food. We survived. It was awesome. Yannick, you want to say one last thing?
Enjoy your food.
And enjoy Prague.
I have my microphone here. This is gotta do as my microphone, okay? We're working with limited.
Hello and welcome to Prague. We are the Honest Guides, and our job is to show you some cool places to visit here in our lovely city. And since things are opening up, one of the things that just opened up are restaurant gardens, restaurant patios. So we're gonna take a short walk, and along the walk we will show you our favorite places where we like to sit down and maybe some new places. So Honza, follow me with the camera. One of the misconceptions people may have about big touristy cities like Prague is that they cannot find a local place in the city center on the main square. Well, we're gonna prove you wrong, because the first place we go to quite often is cheap, very local, and we always sit down with our friends, and it is right here around the corner from the main square. Honziku. Děkujeme moc. Na zdraví, čau. A couple reasons why we love this place. Well, it is in the heart of the city. They have great beer, also some pub food, so if you're hungry you can have a bite. And you're sitting on this square and there's something always happening around you. And especially in this building. This is the City Hall of Prague, where the mayor's office is. And we like to be close to the source of information regarding Prague. So whenever something is being decided, I always come to this pub, because the people working there usually come here afterwards for a beer, and I want to have the information about Prague from the first hand. So I'm not sure if you got it right. It's not being decided there, but here. The only disadvantage of this pub is they do not take cards, so you gotta have cash, but the good thing is that the beer is only around 2 euros. Right now it's 48 crowns. And if you do need cash, an honest, really good exchange office is just across the square, so you can go there with your dollars, euros, and exchange it to Czech crowns. Two more places to go, and the next one is a new place. So let's go. Crossing the Charles Bridge from the old town to the next place, and the walk we're doing is about 8 minutes. We're in the next pub on Malostranské náměstí, and there's a great view. I mean, come on. We can fix that. Give me a second. Where was I? Yeah, the view. We're in the area of a city just steps away from the Charles Bridge that is filled with great venues, great pubs, great coffee places, also some very bad and touristy ones. But I'm happy there's this new one that is joining the good, honest place family. And the view, when I sat down here for the first time, I just had to share this with you. Beer here is from a tank, not from a keg, which gives it a better taste, and it's even cheaper than the previous pub we were in. It's 41 crowns. Also on this spot you can do some people and tram watching, but also once again politicians watching, because we were next to the city council, to the city hall, and here we are right next to the parliament building. So as you can see, politicians and beer, they go hand in hand. So that was the pub by the St. Nicholas. By the way, you can climb up on the St. Nicholas on the tower for some great view, but we're gonna go up even higher because we're gonna climb up to the Prague Castle. We climbed up the stairs to the area of Prague Castle that has an amazing view, but for the view you can also have a drink because there's a great restaurant right here that you can go to.
Smell quite the same. Some people complained back in the day, but we needed a new place for the racking line, so
that's fundamentally what Adam's tried to do over the last sort of, it's about 3 years later, mid-80s, the brewery.
And that's, I think, a really important message we should make, and that's for the malt, the hops.
This episode is called Scary Trains. Hey there, and welcome back to the channel. If you're new here, we're Holly and Andrew, and we're spending the next 90 days traveling around Europe with our dog Waffles. In today's episode, we take a day trip from San Miniato, Italy to Florence, where we'll explore the Duomo, visit the Ponte Vecchio, and enjoy delicious fresh pasta. We release episodes every Saturday. Food, and then probably head back over here. It's about a 45-minute. Puts everything to shame. Those are the two top. Pharmacy vending machine, mainly condoms, some feminine products, and a Coke.
And for appetizer, we're gonna do a bruschetta al pomodoro con mozzarella, or toasted bread with fresh tomatoes, basil, and mozzarella cheese.
Excellent.
All right, we'll show you the meal when it comes. Mamma mia! It looks... Prego. Wow, that looks amazing, doesn't it? I'm pretty satisfied. Fettuccine with mushroom and truffle.
It's very crowded. It's a big city, so it's more like Rome than it is like our tiny medieval.
Wait in the train station.
真实。
待可知，遗忘坠入记忆场。别挣扎，适可而止的流浪，在吞噬空心房。
Seraphim on this level. They send here. Oh boy, if they send here. The 16 is also a good level for level 3. They did send here, yeah. Still not very good here, but at least I didn't push. They both went Seraphim, so there's a good chance we probably don't do well here. Although the champion's in a good spot for this guy. I probably hold because I've lost a lot of value, but with tanks I should do fine. And he holds anyways. I think they're forgetting that this guy's basically fed. I think this guy will probably never leak this game because of, well, maybe later on he might leak. And yes, I should have made more goals in this stage here. Yeah, at the end of the day, I wanted to go Tridents, so... Only this guy knew about the Archer Grandparents. Otherwise I should have made it. Also, he made one for me. Most of these. Thought we were. know if I survive here. I should do. I have a lot of tridents. Yeah, I melted this level. He thought we would send on level.
你问我为什么要用 DJB？ 上网不卡顿，全年无休。
Beer. Germany drinks 80 million hectoliters a year. That's over 100 liters per person. Large breweries produce vast quantities of beer every year.
We make about 2.2 million hectoliters of beer and beer mixed drinks per year. Depending on the season, up to 13 different brews.
Beer is the most complicated beverage in the world. Even though this barley juice has been around for centuries, research is still ongoing.
That's wonderful yeast. I think this beer will be good. We're experimenting a lot here at the moment using wine yeast, for example, so people might ultimately get certain wine aromas in their beer.
Germany is the country with the oldest beer brewing tradition and the largest hop growing area in the world. Young brewers are focused entirely on flavor and quality.
This is brutal. It's perverse.
Hops, green gold. At the Hop Research Center, new strains are being bred for the world market.
These beers are characterized by outstanding drinkability, the unconditional desire for the next drink of beer.
Water, hops, barley, and yeast. Only 4 ingredients, and yet an entire hour without producing any hazardous waste. It runs 24 hours a day and filters. After labeling, the bottles are loaded into the cleaned crates fully automatically. 2,300 crates of beer leave the plant every hour, which are used in brewing beer.
This white area here inside the grain, which contains the starch and the protein.
This process is particular. Fermenting yeast is made up of separate cells and is used for the beer the young brewer is testing.
Browning
varieties of hop.
Intensive taste in their mouths. I think it'll be a 50-50 result. Because some like it smooth and tasty and drink a bit more, and others want it strong and intense.
Let the tasting begin. Markus Hoppe is a staunch advocate of filtered beer. Let's see if the Innsbruckers agree with him.
Here you are, Yoshi. Which one first?
I don't know which is which. What's that?
Wildsau, filtered, unfiltered. Fuchsteufelswild, unfiltered. Fuchsteufelswild, filtered. Start with that one. The filtered one first. I'll start with the unfiltered one. In such a young and fresh segment like the craft brewing scene, customer contact is extremely important. We open the doors and say, hey, come in, people. We'll tell you what's in the product and how it's made. And that way you create trust. And with this trust, the novelty of the products, a lot of very interested and open-minded people can quickly become very loyal customers. And your own enthusiasm for the product can quickly be passed on to them.
With craft beers, that's extremely important, because so much craftsmanship and love for the product is reflected in the price, of course. At the end of the tasting, it's the unfiltered beer that's most popular. It was extremely close, but nevertheless for Markus Hoppe, the evening was a huge success.
It was really exciting to hear the feedback from the people. We had a lot of fun, and I'm going to stick to my philosophy and approach, because beer should be beer and has to be drinkable.
I'm going to push my e5 pawn, since this pawn is blocked. I'm going to play knight to b4, threaten c2, and threaten the rook. And kind of a shame, but I'm just going to move my rook back to the corner. And the reason I say it's so important to have your pieces active is because, for example, if I get knight right now, bad example. If I get bishop right now, also a bad example. But here's the point. Say that I rolled bishop. I could take this knight, and if my opponent doesn't roll rook before I roll bishop again, it's actually just a free knight. And even if they do roll rook, it's a wasted tempo recapturing. So let's go ahead and roll. We get knight, queen, and rook. Okay, with the queen, I think I'm just going to take this pawn. With the knight, I'm going to develop it to f6, and then the rook I'm going to bring towards the center. And now it has an avenue to escape and potentially become active. Okay, nice. Opponent gets no moves. We're going to roll again. Double knight move, which would have been winning if we had that knight. Where was it? On b4 would have been winning there, but we get double knight move and a pawn move. For my double knight move, I think it's very natural that I should play knight to e4 and then take the rook. And for my pawn move, I'm just going to play pawn to d3. All right, queen move for the opponent. See, just because they didn't get pawn, now they weren't able to recapture either of those pieces. Oh, and they got a king move as well, so king to d1. Let's roll again. We get bishop, pawn, and pawn. And with that, we win game number 1 with the double pawn move. Sweet. All right, let's go to move on to game number 2. All right, our opponent actually offered us a rematch, but we got the black pieces again. But once more, it's basically like we got the white pieces because we get to move first. Okay, what's the fastest way to win this? Probably knight here and then knight to b4. Although it might be a little more sound to play knight to f6 and have both pieces developed. Now if I get a double knight move, I immediately win the game. Okay, our knight is now under attack as well. And we get another knight move. I could risk it for the biscuit right now with knight to c2, and if my opponent doesn't roll queen, then it's almost winning. I'm gonna give it a try, why not? Knight to c2, and we'll see what our opponent plays. Ah, no, they got queen. Okay, queen and rook. Sure. All right, so I have to be a little bit more grounded about my approach. No moves. Okay, it feels like my luck is going down the drain very quickly. Okay, opponent gets double queen move. They could also risk it and play this if they really liked, but they decide to play it safe. Fair enough. We get rook and knight. Okay, I'm going to develop this knight and just shuffle my rook over to g8. Queen, rook. Doesn't seem to create too many interesting moves. We get rook and king. Okay, basically just a waste. We're going to just shuffle one of the rooks over. And our opponent gets rook again, kind of just a wasteful move. Let's roll. Triple knight. Okay, triple knight. 1, 2, 3. Wins us game number 2. And that's what I mean. It's like... Knight. Okay. And our opponent gets rook again, kind of just a wasteful move. Let's roll. Triple knight. Okay. Triple knight. 1, 2, 3. Wins us game number 2. And that's what I mean. It's like crazy. Okay, this person wants a rematch again, so I'll give it to them. But it's crazy how important piece activity is. Okay, we get the black pieces again, which isn't terribly fair. This is now our 3rd game, but I guess this whole game is about RNG anyways. Okay, we get a knight move. Let's move this knight again. I mean, I'm always looking for the fastest way to win. So if I can see these moves on the table even potentially happening, I'm going to set myself up for it. Okay, we get a knight move again. Why not? Let's just give it a try. See what our opponent plays. Double knight and queen. Okay, isn't losing, but it's pretty darn close. All right, we drop the queen and our opponent centralizes their queen, threatening our knight. Okay, we get 2 king moves, so we can take and shuffle back out of the way. And for our knight move, there really are no pretty options, so I'm just going to take on c2 and call it a day. All right, our opponent gets knight, rook, and pawn. So our knight is actually safe. If we get double knight, for example, that would instantly be winning. We'll see what our opponent makes of this. a3, knight c3, rook a2. Okay, just kind of shuffling pieces about. Another wasteful king move. And then we get a pawn move as well. So let's YOLO b5 and see if we can't pick up that queen. Let's play bishop b7, I think is a little more sound. If we get a double bishop move, it wins us the queen. If we get a triple bishop move, it wins us the whole game. All right, opponent gets knight, rook, and queen, which does drop our knight and drops the b5 pawn. Then useless rook move. Okay, bishop, knight, and rook. I'm going to play knight here. This is an issue, which I really can't ignore, so I'm going to play bishop c6 as well, and then rook b8 to move that rook onto the semi-open file. Okay, rook, knight, and queen. Okay, opponent is definitely risking it, because if I get pawn now, I win the queen back, but I don't get pawn, I get king, rook. Okay, let's try.
Yeah!
Try rook to b6, and then for my king move, I'm just going to shuffle my king out of the way. We're definitely in a worse position here. Okay, queen, rook, and pawn. My only hope here, really, is to get rook and somehow shuffle out of the way, or get like pawn and then king and then get my king out. Okay, we get rook, king, and pawn. Oh wait, that's perfect. Okay, let's play d7, king d7, and then for my rook, I could just play it here and see if I can pick up the queen, but that seems a little bit risky, although I really don't have too many other spectacular moves. Let's try rook to b8. Why not? Why not? We're here for a good time, not a long time. Okay, queen. We lose the rook instantly, and our opponent gets pawn and king otherwise. Ooh, queen c6. Oh, our opponent's going for the kill. Okay, our opponent's going in to win this right away. We get queen c6. We only have a knight move to work with. I should probably also be trying to play for the win with how endangered my king is. So I'm going to play knight to g4, which is a huge YOLO, but if I do get triple knight somehow, it could instantly be winning. All right, opponent gets king and 2 bishops. Not consequential as far as I can tell, and actually lines us up for a double knight move victory. We only get 1 knight move, but we get a pawn as well. So let's take on f2, and then for our pawn move, let's just take back the bishop. Hopefully we get time to escape. Sweet. Our opponent still hasn't gotten queen, and the king is still stuck on d1, which is a good sign. We're down to under a minute as well. Okay, pawn move, I guess reinforces the queen, and then rook and knight. Right, knight to c8 was basically forced. Nice, so we get a knight move again. Sweet, with that we win game number 3, and let's go ahead and find a new opponent to play against. All right, game number 4, we get the white pieces. Let's go ahead and roll. Double pawn move. I'm gonna just play d4, d5. I've realized that it's more important just to grab a bunch of space at the beginning. And we get a queen move as well. Let's go d3. I feel like that's a happy medium where we're not gonna lose it right away, but there's some interesting ideas later on. Okay, pawn move for our opponent, and then king move as well, which should be a little bit frustrating. King d7. Right away, any double queen move is instantly winning. We get queen, king, and king. Okay, the king move is absolutely useless. I'm just going to shuffle my king back and forth. But my queen move, I'm going to play queen to b5. Well, okay, my problem with queen to f5 or queen to h3 is that it puts us on the same diagonal as the bishop. So if the king steps out of the way and somehow bishop is one of the options, the queen is vamoosh, gone off the board. So let's play queen to b5. Double knight move, so doesn't lose us the queen, and then a rook move for our opponent as well, which will probably be a random shuffle to the side. Okay, we get both knights developed and then that random shuffle. We get knight, king, and king, which is a huge bummer, but let's play knight to f3 with the idea of knight e5 and then taking the king, and king d1, just keep him out of trouble, and then king back, sure. Okay, pawn, king, and king, again, not an issue for us unless the king decides to come out and start playing absolutely insane. Otherwise, the king should just land on d7 again. And then, right, we do get a pawn move threatening the queen. Okay, king shuffles back and forth, and we get double knight moves. Sweet. All right, with that, we win game number 4. And I don't know, man. I feel like I'm pretty darn good at this game. We get offered a rematch. Let's go ahead and play that for game number 5. We do switch colors. Now we're playing as black. Double knight move for the opponent. Double knight move for us. Do I play it exactly the same, or do I play some crazy stuff like knight d4? I'm going to play it exactly the same. I think our opponent took the right approach there. Okay, pawn move, so probably towards the center. Maybe e4, sure. King and queen. Okay, our opponent plays it right, keeping the king nice and safe. Knight and pawn. Here's the issue. I could play symmetrically, but it's so much more fun to play confrontationally. So let's play d5. The king move is going to be the real troublemaker, because now I basically have to go king to d7. And then for our knight move, let's try knight to g4 and see if we can't get this at some point. Okay, queen move for our opponent, and then rook move as well. So no way to take advantage of this. And that's the issue. You have so many different types of pieces that if you don't roll it, you can't actually take advantage of free pieces, even if the king is in the center. We get pawn, queen, and rook. Still not ideal, but we're going to play pawn to d4, so now only a knight really could take. I guess the opponent could risk it with the queen, but it's a little bit sketchy. Queen move, we're just going to shuffle the queen to e8, and then rook move, also kind of a waste. Ooh, queen move, knight move, and rook move. So we'll see if our opponent plays it safe with the knight capture or just dives in with the queen and then plays like knight to e5, which would absolutely be looking for the victory right away. 2 different ways to take the king. Okay, we get the safe variant instead, knight takes. That means the queen can't stay on the d file anymore, so we get the queen off the file that the king is sitting on and then just rook to f1, sure. King, pawn, and queen. King, I'm definitely going to shuffle him back. He's getting already in too much trouble. Pawn, let's go pawn to e5, hit the knight. And queen, honestly, I don't even want to develop her at all, but we'll just play queen to d7 for now. Okay, we get pawn, king, and queen for our opponent. Shouldn't be an issue, no double moves, so nothing really funny can happen. And we're kind of here just camping. Okay, we're getting booted though, but we're camping waiting to see if we can get a double knight move. Okay. We get a single knight move and then king and pawn. So I could play something like this for my knight move, but I'm almost more tempted to take with the pawn. So let's do that. With that new space, we'll play knight to e5. And for the king, just king to e8. Let's keep the old guy out of sight as much as we can. We get pawn double knight for our opponent. Again, our opponent at any moment really could just go in for the kill, basically, as we did. We were just camping on g4, but it just didn't work out. Our opponent at any point could go in for something crazy if they wished. But it's risky to leave your piece just hanging, obviously. That goes without saying. But our opponent's giving it some thought. Oh, wow, it actually happened. Okay, knight d5, knight f6. Hits the king, hits the queen, hits the rook. As if that really matters. What matters is that it's hitting the king. Let's roll. And we get double queen move, so we're gonna have to punish that immediately. Queen e7, queen takes. And then for our rook move, why am I thinking about this? Let's just shuffle a rook over, why not? All right, pawn move for our opponent almost certainly loses us the knight, but if we get double queen move, that could be over right away. Triple knight move, oh, that wins instantly. Knight b4, knight c2, knight to e1, wins us game number 5. We are crushing this variant. Anyways, with that, we win all 5 games. If you guys did enjoy this video, please consider liking and subscribing. Knight to e1 wins us game number 5. We are crushing this variant. Anyways, with that, we win all 5 games. If you guys did enjoy this video, please consider liking and subscribing. Let me know down below what you guys think of dice chess, and am I just really lucky?
Beer is an alcoholic drink made by fermenting a solution containing sugar through the addition of yeast. That's how a scientist sees it, but beer is so much more. It's enjoyment, it's sociability, and it's a living tradition. It's a substance that gives much cause for celebration. For around 9 months, they're applied not by weight, before vats, no beers.
Beer has the largest variety. There's a huge spectrum of colors, from the lightest yellow, golden yellow, orange.
3倍更有效对抗问题根源。
也会贬值嘛。同样的道理，美元贬值了，负债是不是也会跟着贬值呢？美国不是6月份就要还6.5万亿美金吗？那么现在美元指数其实已经贬值了10%了，这是不是相当于美国欠的这6.5万亿就可以少还1/10啊？而这少还的1/10呢，还只是现在的结果啊。美元如果在6月前继续贬值呢，那到时候还的债是不是就更少了？那这只是第一步啊。那美元要怎么做才会贬值啊？就是引发一场股灾嘛。
日本当年就是被美国害的，你说他们泡沫经济吗？
世界资金啊，就要从美国。
怎会繁星突红了眼眶？这一抹闪，铸成了内心的坚强，刺不穿那心底的明亮。这一抹闪，曾炙热不尽的向往，怎会繁星突红了眼眶？这一抹闪，铸成了内心的坚强，刺不穿那心底的冰凉。
모자를 쓰고 나왔는데 도저히 이 이태리 아웃핏이랑 너무 안 맞아서 급하게 스카프를 하나 샀습니다. 맛있어? 와. 오, 그러죠.
Thank you.
너무.
습니다.
With the Scarlet Crusade at my command, I shall cleanse this realm of corruption.
Okay, guys. I don't want to do Zarimi. Like, we literally just picked a legendary that was all about getting lucky in the draft, and this is another one, and it's very unlikely. I don't want to have 2 crappy runs in a row. So, don't draft it. Yes, exactly, Tretch. So, Xavius, again, Raz also seems terrible. Like, we're playing Arena, which means you're playing small, shitty minions. I don't want to shuffle small shitters in my deck. Maybe if you shuffle Imbue, but yeah, we'll just take Xavius. I just always feel bad with Xavius because it's like, oh, you could just get him from like Wrathguard. So it feels bad to have him as a legendary, but we'll do it. Packagers? Again, this also feels bad to draft repackage instead of click it with the Imbue, but these aren't very good. Goalies? The Druid Legendary requires much less draft luck? It does, actually, right? So, yeah, I don't want to take the chance of that. Back from gym? You feeling large right now, Trix? Talk to me, guys. We are pretty early in the draft, so we might be able to get some motherships, let's say. I think I'm gonna go, yeah, I'll go Photon. Yeah. Guys, you know what happens? So often I'm like, yo, chat, let's do this. What do you think about this play? And then while I'm talking, I realize, oh, I should pick this card. So forgive me when I'm like, chat, what should we do? And then I just immediately don't listen. Not large, but larger. Okay. You're on the way to being a large one. We probably will want to imbue, but I still think we like Scarab. Scarab has like 3 imbue cards in it, right? Treant, 2/3, and the 3/2 Owl. Seleners? Yeah, Stretch, but that's the same thing. It's not that I hate drafting it. I feel bad drafting a card that shows up so often because it's like I want my legendary to be interesting, you know? Like finally an imbue. What are these cards? Just remind me. I don't know. Meadow Strider. Normally I don't like picking big, but like, what is this? I'd rather this said nothing. I wish this card just said nothing. It was just a 4-mana 3/6. I'd pick that over this. But this is bad. I guess Meadow. You wanna? Could we maybe do Envoy? I mean, it sucks, but like, no. Maybe with Imbue. You like click Imbue and then you pick the expensive and then you shuffle it on top. You like Envoy? No. Envoy's really bad, Walt. Imagine like anything that's decent, like my keychain and my knight just becomes like regular druid crap. Just Meadows? But I'm thinking about Envoy. Oh wait, which Envoy are you talking about, Walt? They're both Envoys. Yeah, chat, I'm gonna pick this. Just let me. I feel something. I don't know. I feel the power within that, or something like that. I don't know. Just shh. I want to pick the card. That's it. Mirrors or voids? Can I be honest? This thing usually feels better than this. This card is sit around for 5 years, and hopefully you get the perfect hit, which is good. Like it is good. Obviously, it's not a bad card. But this just feels great. Always. I don't know. I'm picking it. Could be I should pick that, but... Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. I like having like one mirror. Origamos. I mean, we have a tiny bit of dragons. Would you guys mind getting me some imbue though? Steal this. Thank you. There's the mothership. No, with one reduction. Talk. Why would I pick that? I wouldn't. I'll get the second trust. Well, that does not help me want to pick. You can imbue it to 2 sentries. Oh, you could get sentry on the next pick. Why should you talk? I don't shit on you, D. I mean, I do, but because, well, your takes on Hearthstone kind of suck. Not you. Need water. Not you, but Dealey, what? How do I say this nicely? Like, you guys aren't great at. You guys have actual lives. Let's make it nice. You have jobs, you have lives, so you're not actually that good at this game. I don't. I probably should still pick this. Like, we saw Valet, I don't know, that hasn't been great. And we have some 4s and we have the 2 Voideries.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Big Divine Star. 2 Shield of Ascaras is, I don't know, maybe, but. Being too generous? I know, Rentals, but like, I don't want people to hate me.
You stink, nerd!
You stink, dude. We take this, like... I think I should take this, but you guys want like random dragons for... What's going on here? I'm not picking 2 envoys, that's insane. Let's pick Brain Masseuse, Star Surge, and then you guys laugh at me. I'd rather than... I mean... I don't know, maybe Sidekick is okay. Maybe Sidekick is okay. And I also have no synergy. I don't have hot coals or anything. I'll take this. I want random dragons. I do, Coast, but I also know how to, like, what I need to win the game. And what I need to win the game is not random dragons. I need to make sure I have curve. Wow, I'm so sad I didn't take Mothership. Let's take this. I mean, it could make Void Rays 0. Yay. I need Mothership? No, but don't worry, Jimmy. This is what Chad always says. I'll just get it from imbue. Right? No worries. Take that over that. Get out of here. I don't want you anyways. No offense. And then, what's the deal with this? It keeps showing me. Don't put these in the bucket. Get those out of there. Oh, come on. Then we get this bucket. Streamer says our stream? You wish. Okay. I actually wanted to hear what you guys have to say, though, about this pick. Like, should we go for the extra imbue? Not the extra. Like, we want to increase the chances to get imbue. Or just a puppy. But look at my deck, man. Up it is OP? Yeah, but check this. 1 to the 2 to the 3 to the 4 to the 5 to the 6 to the 7. 7 4-mana cards. Now let's look at how many 2-mana plays. Let's forget about the deal 3s. 1, 2, 3. And then I have like another 3 situational ones. I'm sorry, guys. I'm picking Messy. And Flutters? Yes, Flutters. Oh, gets rewarded? We're still going to talk, guys. We're still going to have a tiny talk. We might pick Ascendant, maybe. Thank you, Redbeard. Guys, I think we should take the 2. Actually, why am I debating with you? We're taking the 2. We're done. Hot coals? We don't really have any AoE. We have a ton of deal 3s.
Sally versus AFK.
AFK.
Give me a few more minutes.
Wait, Miasmo? Thank you. I love being funny. Could maybe keep photons, but I probably should just get the 2 from there. The puppet show would get me random 1/1 dragons.
Good night.
Which would then do what? The end is coming. I don't know. I don't want to do card draw. I think I'm gonna go card draw.
P_player gifted a tier 1 subscription.
Did
to
I miss it? Yeah, Doomsayer could be okay, but also cards could be good. Player, thank you very much for the gifted sub to Red. Dude, you're always making sure Red is subbed here. Make him watch ads. Great, now you can freak people out with that Red. Everybody hears you. They all hear you. You must miss this. Ew, to the face. Thank you. Guys, does this remind you of something? Sorry, I don't know why. That just was in my head for some reason. I don't know why. I'll be quiet now. Let's do these 2. I don't care if they get some armor. It's okay. I know we could do that, but like, it's not very good against a 1/2.
Don't keep your thoughts to yourself. You are the Shadow's puppet.
Sounds like good mac and cheese. Yeah, that's what I was referring to, actually. That sound that the mac and cheese makes. Do you know where the clip is from, though, Mr. Phone Number? There was music happening. It was Hearthstone music. I mean, it was music created by interactions in Hearthstone. What am I even saying? I don't like this right into that, but maybe... No, let's go Saloni's Drake while they don't have a board. Don't ruin this? Uh-oh, Tretch. Does it have a hidden meaning? I thought he was talking about pasta. I should have known.
Not my Nimbus!
Okay, options. I kind of want to keep this guy protected, so let's do this.
Annihilation.
Imbue. Probably Imbue. What's my favorite meal? We should ask chat. I'm a very boring person. I make the same food every day, pretty much. But yeah, I could do what Trix is doing. I could name random things. Lasagna, pizza, sushi, pasta. What do I make? Well, usually... When are these allergies gonna go? 1 second. Yeah, I'm still taking I'm taking this trade. I want this to live. I usually just make fried vegetables with meat, and then I eat it with rice or quinoa or rice pasta. Well, I mean, I sometimes do other things, but that's usually what I make, just because it's very simple.
Whoa there, Wispies!
Should we replace it with this? I don't think so, Steiners. Oh, we need some hand space. Great, this guy's good for headspace. Dumps your crap back on top of your deck. Sounds like something I would do, right? Put crap on deck. Then we have 5.
I wonder.
Okay, boopers, boppers, and vapors.
Follow the flutterwing.
Oh, that's your favorite meal, Tricks. I'm sorry. My bad. How do you make your lasagna? I know, Tritch, it also messes with me too. It's like, I want to say huh, and it to be a cat, and then it's actually a turtle. Or it's like that other cat. That little cat. That's what Greg has. Huh? Maybe we get delicacy out before this gets too crazy.
Time to feed on me.
What if the game turns into fatigue? If the game goes to fatigue,
Sand.
you're promoted to VIP.
Cowardly wretch.
Never, actually. Sorry. This does get to bonker that, but honestly, let's just kill him. How do you make it? You order it? Oh, that's a good way to make it. Bonker? Yeah. Don't act surprised, Trim. You were saying schmagamagoogle to me today. You said something like, I don't remember the exact translation, but you said schmagamagoo or something. It doesn't sound like you? Dude, I could literally pull up your chat history. Here, let's see. I have to... Oh, it's too much work to pull it up. I'm not doing it. Oh, it was you speaking English. Nerd. You need to type 4 letters? I know, Suckstein, right? That's why you picked Doctor, which nobody else has.
My life for iron.
10, 17, plus 2, 19. I need another 6. That will never come from this. I can only get 3. We have now concluded our math. Actually, this gets me photon cannon and I'm
Something must be done.
Hey, or not. I don't know, let's just play things, win the game or something. Oh, maybe I should have looked for charge from this. Nice elusive, thank you. Thank you. Grocery? Oh, that's called lethal? Oh, it's not called lethal. But it's still damage. It's not lethal because I can't hot coals. See you, Tretch. We still smork this dork though. Not bad. Yeah, 1 off. You're a real doctor? Yes. Do you think everybody's name means what they are, though? Is he a treacherous water? No. Is he a Walt? Maybe. You can make up a name, Stein. Did you know? You don't have to tell everybody you're a doctor. You could just call yourself Schmiggle Magoogle. Or just random things. You could just be...
Stand with me.
Stand with me. That could be your name. Stand with me.
Annihilation commencing.
Well, I am a fund? No, but that's the point. I'm not a fund.
Rarin. I actually took some inspiration from a video you and I recorded recently. What's the Mechcthulhu? What is the thing? Mechcthulhu? What's
Mechcthulhu, yeah.
Yeah, you showed me that you have this like these like alternate win cons in Hearthstone. So today I thought I would show you some alternate win cons in Yu-Gi-Oh! What do you think about that?
Isn't the whole game alternate win cons? What do you mean?
What do you mean? No, so I'm only going to show you cards that specifically say on the text, blah, 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 do thing, you win the duel. So, like, if you do whatever the thing is, similar to, like, Mechcthulhu, where it says, like, you win the game if you do whatever, you know, condition. Yes, obviously in Yu-Gi-Oh! We can win the game through a million different ways, but I thought this is fun because we do have our own set of cards like this. And your goal is to figure out if you thought any of these were actually viable. We're not going to go with banned necessarily, because I actually don't think any of these cards were banned. So we're going to go with viable in terms of win condition for this one. Sound good?
Okay, sounds good. Okay.
Hello and welcome back to the channel. Today I'm playing 5D chess with multiverse time travel, where pieces can move back in time, and moving your pieces can create alternate reality timelines. My goal is to win one real public game, but first I'll do 7 puzzles, one for each piece and then an opening trap, and defeat the weak engine to prepare for the final game. Let's get started with that first puzzle. Alright, our first puzzle is Rook Tactics Mate in 1, sure. Alright, already some funny business. So what we're looking at here is the timeline. So the position started here, white moved his king, then black moved their king, white moved their king, and then black moved forward again. Now, the thing to keep in mind here is we're only playing in the present, so you'll see if I hover over any of these other boards, I actually can't move those pieces, but if I hover over this board, it lets me select what piece I'd like to move. Now, I'm going to make a bold assumption here and say that we're not going to checkmate with the king, and we're going to have to move the rook, since this is a rook puzzle. That's a little bit of cheating, but the other thing to keep in mind is that when I move this rook, you'll notice that by highlighting the rook on this board, obviously I can move it to any of these squares, but I can also move it to this
生活一团糟，代谢好 NG， 益菌宝全新
square and this square, because that's the rook moving in that third dimension. So if we look at this view, I believe, right, you can see how the rook can move to the left, move straight up like normal, but it can also move forward in time. So it's moving like a regular rook. If you think about it, it's quite intuitive. It's moving up, it's moving to the left, and then it's moving straight ahead along that third, I don't know if we should call it a file or a rank, but that third dimension. So we'll go back to the regular view. Now, obviously the first thought is to just give check. I'm assuming that's not going to be mate, but I think it's worth a shot. Let's give check and submit that move, and the king just shuffles out of the way. All right, makes sense that it wouldn't be just a regular checkmate like in normal chess. So let's go back. And I was reading the tips, and one of the things they mention is that it's significantly easier to give checkmate in the past, right? Because if I give check in the present, the king can move out of the way, or my opponent can create a new timeline, and all sorts of funny business can happen. But the king can never move in the past. So if I can move my rook in such a way where I give check to one of these kings in the past, then I can just win the game instantly. So let's take a look at this. If my rook right now can move to these different squares, obviously, if I move it anywhere here, it's not going to give any new checks. If I move it to any of these 3 squares, that's just going to get captured by the king. But if I move it up to h8 and I give this check, now if we look back on the timeline, this rook should be hitting this king as well. It's impossible to move this king. It's also impossible for my opponent to make a move that goes back this far in time and creates a new timeline. So I think that should just be checkmate. Submit that move. We get that little exclamation mark that says we are giving check, and puzzle complete. We did give checkmate. Sweet. All right, that was pretty straightforward, although arguably they started with the rook because it's the most intuitive. You'll see that when we get into the knights and the bishops and they start talking about triagonals and quadragonals, I mean, it gets a little bit crazy, but let's focus on the good. Right now, we finished the rook puzzle. Let's go to move on to the next puzzle. All right, next puzzle is Knight Tactics, and this is where it starts to get a little bit funky. Let's hit play, and it's so funky that we just get one board. Yeah, it's just a single board. Okay. Now, the cool thing, or maybe the not cool thing, the kind of headache part about playing with the knight is that you know how the knight normally moves in an L, it moves 1, 2, and then turns the corner, or it moves 1, 2, and then turns the corner. Well, the game registers that as moving in 2 dimensions at once. So for the game, in a regular game of chess, the knight moves in 2 dimensions. It moves 1 square, 2 squares, and then moves a different dimension. So if it's moving on the x-axis, say, now it's moving on the y-axis to shuffle over. So in any normal given knight move, it already moves in 2 dimensions. So for the game, you can also move the knight 1, 2, and then instead of staying on the same board basically to make the last turn, you can make the last turn onto a different board. Now here, there's obviously no other board to demonstrate that, but it's it's worth keeping in mind. Okay, so apparently we can move the knight and in one turn give checkmate. I'm gonna be honest, I'm trying to visualize what the future board would look like and how it would affect this past board, but that is so above my pay grade that I'm just gonna make a knight move and submit it and see what happens. All right, puzzle complete. Let's see why this works. If we click on this exclamation mark, right, okay, so remember, this is what I said earlier, the way that the knight moves, now it can move one square, so 1, 2, and then instead of turning the corner, it turns the corner by jumping to the previous position. So the L in this case is going 1, 2, and then going this way for the longest L in history in existence. But hopefully that doesn't break your brain and at least makes some sense. So we've now finished the knight puzzle as well. Let's go ahead and move on to bishop tactics. This is where it starts to get, I know knight was already a little bit weird, but this is where it actually starts to get a little bit headachy. Okay, decently normal timeline. We have a normal starting position minus the pawn on the bank rank, but these are all 5x5 to make it easier. We shuffle our king out of the way and our opponent moves the pawn forward. Now, you'll notice if I highlight the bishop, it's actually also able to move to these adjacent squares, which doesn't make any sense when you look at it like this, but when you look at it through the timeline, it makes even less sense. No, I'm kidding. It makes a little more sense, but not by a lot. So the bishop normally moves on diagonals on the 2D board, so it also moves diagonally, unfortunately, on the 3D board. So it can move outward diagonally one square adjacent. So I still think it's easier to look at it from here. So if it can move out one square, and this actually continues to happen, so if you go back not just one, but also 2 boards, then on this next board, instead of just being one square out, it would actually be all of these outer shell squares. I know it's very confusing. I did the studying for you guys, so this would be less painful, but here we are suffering anyways. Okay, so I need to move this bishop somewhere where it's going to threaten this king, because like we talked about, it's easier to give checkmate in the past. And I'm gonna be honest, a little bit of just puzzle experience that goes beyond 5D chess. This is just normal chess experience. The fact that they move this pawn to stop us from moving this way, notice that's the only square we can't move to, but it doesn't stop us from moving this way. Wow, what a coincidence that that's like the closest that you can get to the king without getting captured. But if we move the bishop here, now on this previous timeline, we should, on the next turn, be threatening these 3 squares, including the king, or rather, maybe just these 2 squares. No, I'm not totally sure. It should just be these 2 squares, but let's submit this move. We have finished the puzzle successfully, and if we click this exclamation mark, it's exactly what we said. On this board, the bishop can reach out 2 squares, 1 shot back, and 2 squares, 2 shots, I don't know why I'm calling them shots, 2 boards back. So that's how the bishop moves. Wrap your head around it or don't, whatever. I'll do the hard lifting for us. With that, we finished the bishop puzzle. Let's go ahead and move on to the next puzzle. All right, next up we have pawn tactics. Finally, this should be hopefully kind of easy. Pawn tactics mate in 1, and it's just like a regular pawn. I'm just gonna take on g7, the knight defends the pawn gives check, we submit the move, it's a regular checkmate. Blessed. That took about 4 seconds to figure out. Let's go ahead and move on to the next puzzle. All right, next puzzle, we have queen tactics, mate in 1. You'll obviously notice that we're skipping a lot of stuff here. This would just be mind-boggling complexion if we didn't. We're just gonna look at the pieces for this episode. We're gonna play against the weak bot, and then we'll play a real player. Okay, relatively normal position. They've made the board even smaller for our comprehension purposes, but we have the white pieces. We shuffle our king over, and the opponent moves the king down. Now, the queen is even worse than the bishop, because the queen moves like a regular queen on the normal board, of course, and then controls all of the outer shell squares one board back. Now, if you were able to move back 2 boards, it would be even further, and so on and so forth. So if you want to take a quick look at the history view, that's what it looks like. Good luck rationalizing it. All right, back to this board. I need to attack this king on my next turn. So I think what I want to do is I just want to move the queen forward 1 square. Go ahead and submit that move, and we have completed that puzzle. Let's hit that exclamation mark, and that is not why I thought that was checkmate. I thought that was checkmate because we were hitting, oh, we're definitely not. Holy smokes, hold on. I thought that was checkmate because we were hitting this king, but apparently we're only hitting the...
Yeah!
these 3 squares. Very confusing, but okay. Apparently it's checkmate because we're hitting this king and this king. Oh, okay, I guess that makes some sense. This brings in the new factor, which is that if any of your kings can't escape check, then it's checkmate. So here, because we're hitting 2 kings at the same time, it's like a king fork. And since our opponent can't make one move, or I say one move because there's only one timeline, one move that gets both of those kings out of check, it's checkmate. So sure, we'll munch on that for a little bit while we head over to the king puzzle. Mate in 1 with the king, which should probably just be moving the king out of the way. Ooh, oh, we get our second timeline. Okay, cool. This is the first puzzle where we have 2 timelines. And the way this works is, let's start with this position because it's the easiest. We are playing with, oh, it looks like we're playing with the black pieces. Yeah, we definitely are. Our opponent has the white dot, we have the black dot. So we're playing with the black pieces. We have a king? Oh, wait, what? We only have a king. Okay. Anyways, white moves their king to the side. We follow suit. White follows suit again. And then we jump out of the way. And white, instead of just shuffling their king around, moves their bishop back to this square, which creates a new timeline. A new timeline where white has 2 different bishops. The only concern I have is it seems we just have a king, and I'm not sure how we're supposed to checkmate with a king. Anyways, we're here in the present, so we can move either of these 2 boards. Oh, it seems we can only move this board because this is already part of a timeline, so it's considered the past. We can only move on this board. Okay, we clearly have 2 illegal moves here, and any of these other moves should be available to me, but I'm not really getting how moving this king puts another king in check. I am noticing that this king somehow controls further squares, and I wish I could tell you why. Oh, wait, no, hold on. It's not this king controlling further squares, it's this king. Oh, okay, never mind. This makes more sense. Okay, the king can move 1 square in any direction, obviously in normal chess, and surely in right. Wait, it's this king? Okay, apparently in 5D chess, the king can also move 1 square in any direction onto a different timeline. So, wow, somehow that's even harder to wrap my head around than the knight. The knight felt easier than this. Okay, but somehow I need to target 2 kings that are in the past, and I'm assuming it's going to be these 2 kings. So we can do a fork, sort of like what we did with the queen. Okay, so I'm noticing the only square that I can legally move this king to hit both of these is what I'll call A3, but I guess that's not really A3. I don't know. We can move the king. Obviously, we can't move forward because we'd be hit. That would be illegal. But if we move the king here, we should be hitting this king and this king. Let's see if that's the right move. It is the right move. Let's see if we were right about why it's correct. And we were right. Oh, apparently it's because we're hitting 3 different kings. Right, because this timeline continues, but we were right about the original idea. We're hitting this king and this king. There's no way for white to move all of those kings at the same time, so it is checkmate. Nice. All right, with that, we've completed all of the piece puzzles. Now we can move on to a single opening trap. That's about all that I have the brain power to process right now. So let's do this opening trap. Okay, there's no way. This is literally, wait, isn't this just 4-move checkmate? So we get normal starting position. We get E4, then E5, queen to H5, 4-move mate would just be bishop C4 and then taking on F7. And our present is in this timeline. Now the problem is we're working with the queen, which finally you have the opportunity to see how weird she is. If I click on this queen, then I zoom out, you'll notice that I can move into one outer shell, and then the outer shell seems to kind of disperse on the furthest board. So I'm actually thinking that it might just be queen takes E5. Let's give that a try. Queen takes E5, submit that move, and puzzle is complete. Let's see why that's checkmate. Okay, right. The queen, holy smokes. The queen, if I highlight her, you can see she's directly giving check to this king, straight down the file, no funny business there. But because of the way her outer shells work, here she only controls one outer square, here she controls a slightly further one, and then on this last board, it's just Hail Mary. Look at that, she controls these 3 squares. That is absolutely ridiculous. Let's look at the history view. I'm just curious what that looks like. Okay, that is why 5D chess is popular, because it is absolutely insane. But okay, I'll say that I understood the moves, right? I won't oversell my ability here. I'm not completely comfortable with understanding how these shells work, but I do understand that the queen is absolutely insane, and I understand that E4, E5, queen H5, knight F6, queen takes E5 is checkmate. I've got about that much in the bag at the moment. Let's go ahead and move on to playing the weak engine. All right, we've completed our 7 puzzles. I know there are 49 in total. If you guys really want me to come here and rip all my hairs out, I will do it, but I'm trying to grow out my hair for the summer, so please keep that in mind. Let's go ahead and play one of these weak bots. We'll go for a CPU match. I will take the white pieces. I know, I'm cheating, but I will give myself the white pieces and we'll play against their weakest bot. So let's go ahead and play this game. There is no clock, so we have plenty of time to think here. If I were a really principled player, I would play e4 and wait for e5 and then try to play in the manner that I just learned. We'll give it a try just to see if we can get it to work. We'll play e4. Oh, and then we have to submit the moves because sometimes you can make multiple moves. And we get g5. Okay, I'm not going to bring out the queen first because I know that I'm liable to lose her. So I'm going to play bishop c4 next, submit that move. And we get knight to f6. Okay, so this knight covers both of these squares, but I'm going to try e5 to boot the knight and submit that move. And we get rook to g8. Okay, that seems like a free knight. Submit that move as well. And then d5. Now, you'll start noticing that we still have these trailing timelines, which could be interesting to use. Let's see. If I can get a piece to defend f7, maybe I can... Oh, wait, I can never move a piece in the past. Hold on. Okay, let's just move the bishop back. Let's not overcomplicate ourselves quite yet. We haven't even developed anything. We get f takes... or rather, e takes f6. Okay, looking back at this timeline, I'm not seeing a whole lot of potential for hitting the king. I'm going to play knight to f3 and just develop. We'll submit that move. You've got to be kidding me. All right, this is the weak trainer. We get queen to d6 across 1-2 boards, which creates a new timeline now with an extra queen for our opponent. Now, the issue is I can continue to move in the future on this board over here, but you'll notice that this big banner that says the present is sitting on these 2 boards. So until the present, this big banner catches up 2 moves into the future to this board, it doesn't actually count for anything. I can checkmate my opponent 10 times on this board. It doesn't mean anything. So let's focus on this board. Maybe we can move a queen into the past. So let's see. If I select my queen, is there any way for me to move her? Okay, there is. I can move her over here to f3, it seems. Nice. And then she does the crazy animation and we go through, oh my God, all these boards into the past. Oh, and it seems we've actually created our own new timeline. Oh, that's right. Okay, so we've created our own new timeline, which is still in the future. So it still actually doesn't count for anything. But by making a move on this board, we can move into the present. Let's play knight to e2. I know that's super passive, but I'm gonna play knight to e2 to defend my king and submit those moves. We'll see what our opponent plays. Okay, on this board, we get queen takes h2, which is absolutely whack-a-doodle-doo. I will just take the free queen. And then on this board, we get pawn takes. Okay, we get a recapture on this board. And actually, in this reality, our bishop is still under attack, even though in the future, we moved it back. Okay, let's drop a little check. Let's see what happens. Let's play check with the queen. And I'm going to submit both of those moves. Nice, our opponent blocks this check with the bishop, and on this board, we get rook to g7. Okay, opponent playing completely random moves at this point. Let's play. Okay, first I'm gonna start by castle. Wait, can I castle in the future? Oh no, it's black's turn over here. Never mind. Okay, on this board, let's play bishop to b5 check. And on the board above, we now have 3 timelines going. This is absolutely insane. On the board above, let's just take the rook. I mean, that's the most natural move. Okay, we get 3 different moves from our opponent. Knight c6 blocks the check. Very natural. d4 on this board seems to do nothing but hang a pawn. Not so natural. And on this board, we get b5, which hits the bishop, but also hangs a pawn. Another unnatural bot move. Let's start on this board at the bottom, which seems to be the biggest issue. Or rather, our biggest opportunity, really. The problem is I'm thinking about this like regular chess, but I just have to hit any of these kings. And the present is now far enough forward that I would be able to win. Okay, let's try bishop takes on this board. On the board above, I would like to deselect that pawn, and let's just castle. And then on the board above that one, let's promote 100%. Oh, does promoting to a knight here win? And the reason I'm thinking that is because if we take this view, the way the knight works, right, you promote and then you go 1, 2, and then on the turn the corner, instead of turning the corner on the same plane to e7, you turn the corner back 1 board basically in the timeline. So maybe that would be checkmate. Okay, let's give that a try. Let's see if we can under promote. No! Oh, it promoted to a queen automatically. Wait, can I not under promote? It's not a huge deal. We're still threatening f7, but man, that would have been a sweet way to win. Okay, our opponent blocks with a queen here. I'm not even gonna think about that. I'm taking a free queen every day of the month. We get knight to d7 on this board. Let's play check. And on the board above, we lose the bishop. So let's take on h7 and submit all of those moves. We gave 2 checks to our opponent, both of which were successfully dodged. We get king to d7, king to d8, and then knight to c6. Okay, this seems to be forcing mate, but I still have to make these other moves. Let's play bishop takes f7, looking for rook to e8. And then on this board, queen to b5, who really cares? Let's submit those moves. And our opponent gets out of all of those? How did wait, what? Holy smokes. Okay, so our opponent used this bishop, moved it onto this timeline, and captured the queen. So our queen is vamoosh on that board. That advanced this timeline now without a bishop for our opponent, which is actually good because now the rook defends e8. And then on this board, our opponent just moved the king out of the way. Okay, this is no longer our success board. This is now our success board. On this top board, I'm just going to move something normal like knight to c3. Sure, why not? On this board, we're still up material, but it's not substantial. Let's just take the rook. And on this final board, I'm gonna play queen to e4. Actually, no, wait, that moves into the past. But on the next future board, I would have a queen. Okay, sweet. I'm gonna move queen to e4 with the idea that maybe I can set up e7 checkmate. All right, let's go ahead and submit all of those moves. We now have what is this? Bishop moves to Bishop moves to f2. Okay, sure, why not? Bishop leaves the I understand. Okay, so bishop moves to f2, which makes a new timeline, which means the present is now here, which means we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 moves away from any of these positions mattering at all. Okay, I see how this is gonna be. All right, bishop takes f2, puts us in check. Do I have any choice but to just take? I mean, I guess I could grab a piece. Wait, can I? Can I grab a piece from a different timeline to take back? Maybe this timeline over here? Are there any pieces here that control f2? None of them. All right. So on this board, even though it is the future, I'm still going to bother making a move. I'm going to play knight to d5. Sure. And then now we need to make our way back over here, where I don't believe I have a choice but to take with the king. So we'll go ahead and submit those moves. Okay, our opponent takes back. And does our opponent play something over here? Yes, our opponent... Oh no, our opponent didn't. You'll notice these are all surrounded by a sort of black border, which means it's black's turn on those positions. And black doesn't actually have to move there. So let's dive back into our current reality. I don't love how exposed our king is at the moment. Let's try this. Let's try knight to d4. And my idea is to play like queen to e2, put the king in check, and then maybe there's like some funny business. So let's submit that move. We get a6, queen to e2 check, submit that move. And the cool thing is, as we play these moves, we slowly creep back up to these other positions where we were actually doing quite okay. So we're kind of just buying time. We get queen to e7. Let's take, why not? We'll take with check, submit that move. The king takes back. We're almost back to where we were before. Let's play check. Submit that move, and yeah, well, because why not? That's why not? Okay, the king leaps out of the way, taking back the queen. This is absurd. I mean, this is ridiculous. Okay, which means our opponent has bought themselves another turn before any of these positions actually matter. So what if I bring this knight back to this square to give another check? Okay, we create a new timeline. Okay, but the timeline is still ahead of the present, so we still have to make a move on this board. Let's play knight to f5 check, submit that move. And the king leaps out of the way to take on e7 to create a new timeline, which is basically the same as the previous timeline. Okay, this is going to drive me absolutely insane. Okay, let's take on h7. Let's do that. Take on h7, submit that move. We're looking for rook takes f7, and we win? What? This is ridiculous. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, we win back here. All right, let's click on this to get an idea of what on earth is happening. Okay, sure. All right, so what's happening is the knight is putting the king in check, and the bishop is also putting the king in check. And apparently there's no way out of that. Oh, and then there's this final situation. Oh, I see what happened. Okay, so that explains all of my opponent's crazy new timeline creating moves. So apparently in this position, our queen, which we really just happened to activate to b5, reaches the king all the way on d7, giving check. Parallel to that, moving down, we have the bishop hitting the king. And parallel to that, we have the knight giving a direct normal 2D check to the king as well. Now, the problem for our opponent was, with these three realities all basically side by side, if the present ever moved forward, we would achieve this, where our opponent is in check once through 5D check, once through normal 2D check, and then another through 5D check. So, if the bot ever allowed the present to move forward, they would run into these three checks, which are impossible to get out of, meaning our opponent's king is in check for all three. So our opponent's solution was to move back in time multiple times until the king just couldn't escape it anymore, and our opponent just had to let the present advance, at which point you win, and we do win by checkmate. Okay, that was the weakest bot, just to be clear. Look at this crazy game. That was the weakest bot, and we had, what did we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different timelines by the time we finished. Yeah, this is not looking up for us. Let's go ahead and finish that game since we have won. And is there anybody here that wants to play a public match? Clock's medium or clock's short and you would play random? Sure. I'm not even sure if there's actually anybody online, but we'll give it a little bit of a wait. So we've encountered a minor issue, which is the fact that there are not enough masochists online at the moment for us to actually play against somebody. So we're going to play the CPU again, but we're going to play a stronger version. So we're going to play the regular AI. I'm giving myself the white pieces again because I need it. And let's go ahead and play this game. Okay, white pieces. What did we learn from last time? Other than 5D chess is a huge headache. What did we learn? Probably not to play e4 unless you know what you're doing, and get your pieces out at your opponent quickly, but count on the fact that they can return to previous timelines. So I'm going to play this one a little bit more solidly. I'm going to play e3, submit that move, and see what our opponent plays. We get g5. Okay, I'm going to play bishop c4. I'm still looking for a quick checkmate because that's basically as much as I can process. And we'll try queen to h5 now, submit that move as well. And we get e6, which blocks this move. But, oh, can I not move my queen further out? Oh, I can. I could move my queen to f7 back here, but the problem is I need this bishop also defending it. Okay, interesting. So our opponent isn't going to play this easy peasy for us, obviously. Let's develop the knight. We'll play knight to f3, submit that move. We get queen to f6, okay? Queen to f6. Let's castle out of the way, and we get bishop to e7, okay? This is about the part where I believe we should start thinking about bringing some pieces back. But the problem is our opponent can also bring pieces back. So say that I brought this queen, just as an example, let's say I brought this queen, I don't know, over to f7, giving mate. The problem is I think my opponent's queen here on f6, since they can always move one outer shell when they move back in time, you look back, this queen on their outer shell would be able to capture back on f7, which is less than ideal, obviously. Okay, so let's return to this reality. Let's play knight to c3. Oh, I have to deselect the queen. It's a little bit tame, but I'm looking for knight to e4, maybe uproot the queen, and we can be looking at some fun stuff. Okay, d5 obviously hits my bishop. We'll just shuffle it out of the way for now and give check, and our opponent blocks it with the other bishop, sure. Okay, I really think we need to start traveling back in time now because this position is getting to be basically a normal chess position minus a few quirks, I guess you could call them. But we have the way that I'm thinking about this is that we have a lot of pieces to work with. We have 1, 2, 3 extra positions worth of pieces that we could be shuffling really far back in time and trying to actually win with. The only issue is our opponent also has a whole bunch of extra pieces that they can shuffle back in time and probably defend their king. Frankly, the queen is the biggest nuisance at the moment because in the past, our opponent has the queen on d8, so on the queen side, and in the future, our opponent has the queen on f6, which is basically the queen on the king side. So in the past, the queen on d8 defends the queen side, and in the future, the queen on f6 defends the king side. It's very difficult to see how to break through that. Let's go ahead and trade these bishops in the meantime. Okay, our opponent simply takes back, sure. Let's play d4, control the center. I mean, I'm happy to entertain my opponent in a normal chess game for a little while at least. We're now threatening g5. I believe we can just take it, so we will. And our opponent moves queen to g6. Okay, this is basically a normal chess game at the moment. We're going to take on e7. Our opponent takes back with the knight. Sure. I mean, I'm not even sure where the 5D chess opportunity would be. Because if I go back in time too far back, then our opponent can simply move back in time as well and probably capture whatever piece we move. And if I only move back in time one square, or rather one board, I'd have to really justify it because I'm not really sure what attack I have going on here at the moment. We'll play knight to b5, looking for knight c7, which should be kind of annoying, and our opponent seems to allow it. So, okay, this is progress. Our opponent moves the present back, but as you'll notice, unlike the beginner bot, which moved all the way to the beginning, this bot only moved it back one board. So there's actually no king here anymore. There's literally no opportunity for checkmate here at all. But on this board, there certainly is. In fact, there are 2 kings on the board. Let's start with a normal check, submit that move. Our opponent moves the king out of the way, which does just win us the rook, but it also gives us the chance to move other pieces onto that timeline. Question is how and who and where and why and for what? Just a couple basic questions. Okay, let's start by just taking the rook, and then on this board, I have to bring somebody else into play. Let's bring this queen into play. Let's shuffle her over to g5? No, h4. Let's do h4, sure. All right, and we've inadvertently created a new timeline. Whoops. Anyways, let's go ahead and submit all of those moves. Sweet, sure, whatever. Not really sure what happened. Oh, okay. So this rook moved across this timeline to recapture the knight. On this board, oh, this board advanced because this rook moved. Okay, so both of these boards advanced because the rook recaptured, and this board advanced because of f5, which is a little bit of a seemingly random move to play. Oh, wait, on this board, can I just take on e6 and hit both of the kings? I'm going to play that. I'm going to take on e6. And actually, I'm going to ignore both of these boards and allow the present to just... Oh, wait, I can't. Oh, I have to make a move. Okay. I don't really want to, but I guess I'll play like g3 or something. And on this board, yeah, I don't know. Knight to g5. Why not? Submit those moves. Oh, and oh my goodness. Okay, we've lost the knight on e6 to a recapture 2 timelines away. So in an alternate reality, that knight crosses and takes back on e6. So that wasn't actually checkmate. I should have known better. Let's see. And the real problem is now queen to h3 is incoming, which will strike the king down. Okay, I don't like it, but on this board, I'm going to play h4. On this board, I'm going to bring a rook into battle. And on this final board, I'm just going to play rook to e1. I mean, I'll sack on e6 if I get the chance. So we'll submit those moves. Okay, we get a king escaping this timeline to take on c7, which creates a new timeline, huge headache. And our opponent leaves these 2 boards unmoved. Wait, we can just leave boards unmoved? Oh, that's right. We can if the present shifts back. Okay, so the present banner, you'll notice, is behind these 2 boards that our opponent left untouched. Then that's the reason our opponent didn't have to move on those 2 boards. Okay, king goes back, which means we have to make a move here if we want the present to continue to advance. Or maybe we can just jump back in time. Hold on. How far back can I go here? If I select this queen, for example. Ooh, I can go all the way back here and here. Can I take on this board? No, I can't. Okay, that was a little bit of optimistic thinking there. Okay, let's select this queen and see what happens. Where can I move now?
凡士林致汗爽身精华凝乳 ，Gluta-Glow 焕亮科技及烟碱酰胺，3天腋下滑嫩亮。
Now, there's some good options, but they're not that spectacular. How about here? Hold on. What if I move queen to f6? Yes. Travel my queen. And I'll submit the move as well. Okay, thinking. Oh, what am I doing? Oh my goodness. Okay, the knight just takes. Okay, wait, can I take now? Can I take this? Or am I gonna lose the knight to the same way that I did the first time? Oh, and I have to move on all of these other boards. Okay, I believe actually it's just this one. Let's play c4, just play aggressive, why not? Submit those moves. The knight goes back and takes our knight, which creates a new timeline, and we've seen this position before because this is how I lost the knight the first time. Okay, sure, why not? We really have no choice but to move on this board, so let's figure out what to make of this. Okay, let's just do what we did on the other board, which is rook to e1 and submit that move. And we win. Yes! Sure. Okay. I'm starting to realize that one of the symptoms of beating these bots is that suddenly they start playing back in time and back in time and back in time, and they don't want to advance the timeline anymore all of a sudden. Okay, let's understand why on earth we won. Yeah, oh, I remember seeing that idea. Wow. Let me pat myself on the back for that. That was genius. Knight here somehow hits the king over there, which is mate. And then here is the second check. Oh, and that's actually just the regular fork. Oh, did our opponent not take back? I could have sworn our opponent thwarted all of those ideas. I guess our opponent only took back on this other timeline that they created when they took. If that makes any sense at all, I'm not going to give any more effort to this. My head is already about at capacity, but we did get 2 different checks. Actually, 3 if you think about it. 2 of them were 2D checks, and one of them was this Hail Mary 5D check. We'll call it there. We've won all of the games we intended to win. We'll finish that game. If you guys did enjoy this video, please consider liking and subscribing. Let me know what you guys think of 5D chess, or if there are any other variants that I should play, and I will see you guys in the next one.
LEA, which was the
It's groovy. Anyway, we want to use the olive structure. Sing as we talk.
After Joe, sort of early 20s.
We talked about how Chevalier has a slight fruitiness to it, which...
What?
看主播的骚操作吗？靠腰，我被断了。
Hello and welcome back to the channel. Chess.com gives awards for things like playing your first tournament or winning a game with less than a second on the clock, but they also give awards for checkmating with every piece. And I have all of these, except one, Killer King. Today, my goal is to checkmate with the king. Let's get started with game number 1. All right, I'm gonna play against people that are actually my rating, because I feel like that's the most legit way to go about this. And strategy-wise, I think basically I need to get into an end game and maybe set up like a ladders mate somehow, and then have the last move be like shuffling my king out of the way. I'm not sure if that will actually work out, but that's the general idea that we're going for. Okay, we get something of a Dutch defense with the bishop on the long diagonal, and obviously I'm playing my usual London system. Ooh, bishop d6 is an interesting way to play this. I always drop my bishop back, so that if my opponent takes, I have that open file, or rather semi-open file. We'll play knight to d2, and it's weird because I need to balance out the fact that I need to win the game, but I need to basically get into an end game first if there's any chance for me to mate my opponent where the last move is my king shuffling out of the way. So we get knight to e4. I could play queen c2 and put some pressure on that knight, and it's unclear how my opponent would back that up, maybe with like a trade and then d5. It's also possible my opponent would just trade off the knight and allow the rook to look down the file, but either way I think I'm happy with that, so I'll play queen to c2. Oh, we get the trade. Interesting. I could just take back and see if my opponent takes. The problem is that would set up a kingside attack, which is normally how I would play this sort of thing. And it would be very exciting and very aggressive, but it wouldn't get us our end goal, which is that checkmate with the king. You'll notice I'm also playing 5 minutes, which I think is the longest time control I've played recently on this channel. And that's precisely so that I have enough time to calculate exactly how I need to set this up so that the last move on the board is king somewhere. I get knight to c6. I could play my usual knight to e5 if takes. Again, very exciting kingside attack. Sacks the pawn here. I castle long and I look for some crazy kingside attack, but I'm not sure that's going to get us the end game that we want. So I'm going to castle short against my instinct. We get knight to e7. So once again, the bishop is looking at the knight, but it's different this time because if I take back, it's now my king looking at the semi-open file, not a rook. So I'm going to play queen to e2. So if my opponent takes, I just take back. And maybe I'm setting up e4, f4, there's bishop h4. Maybe I can just trade it off. And it could be okay. It's still a little bit scary since there's ideas of like the rook lift, the queen comes in, and suddenly I'm in a little bit of trouble. Knight to d5. If e4, my opponent plays here, I trade off. It's not the most convincing thing in the world, but I guess it's not awful either. Is awful the standard that we're playing at now? We're just looking for moves that aren't awful. Let's try this. Bishop to a6. I want to get trade since, like I said, I'm trying to get into an end game. Bishop c6, our opponent dodges it, but I will insist. Oh, okay, bishop a6. I feel like my opponent won't want to draw, right? My opponent does take, then we get f4, I'll go ahead and take. I'm assuming the knight will take back and then we'll trade off. My opponent will have a very active bishop and I will have a sort of okay knight. So I will trade this off. Oh, maybe rook takes. Okay, we get bishop takes instead. Let's see. I'm thinking rook to e1. I should probably be ready to have pieces that come over to the king side so my opponent doesn't think this is, you know, willy-nilly a free game and play something like this. Drop the bishop back and then start picking up free knights and then my whole position collapses. So I need to have some pieces ready to come over to the king side. I mean, it's just the natural flow of the position at the moment. Queen to f6, there it is. We do start getting pieces coming over. I could play queen d3 and then reroute to e4, but queen b7 is just that much more interesting. I don't know, it just feels like it stops my opponent from lifting their rook because the rook on a8 would be hanging. I'm kind of tickling these pawns. I'm not actually hitting them. They're both defended, but it's an idea on the board. Okay, queen to h6. The idea here is pretty straightforward. Bishop back, sack the rook, queen takes because the knight isn't defending it anymore, and that would be mate. So I'm not looking to get checkmated. I have to ask myself, how am I going to defend against this? G3 is a possibility. It's not a terrible one at that. So let's give that a try. G3. I really have told myself now twice, it's not a terrible move, and then played it. So the standard is falling, but I have a very specific objective to achieve. So I need this game to enter the end game. I need my opponent to lose, the idea of continuing this kingside attack, and I think we'll have a shot. Okay, queen to h5. Ooh, that's very amusing. I can't just take this bishop. Let's see, if my opponent plays check, I shuffle out of the way. If the rook comes up, I give check again. The king comes up. And I guess my opponent is banking on maybe checkmating me. Let's see, if I take and my opponent takes back with the rook, again, I just pick up this free rook, and I don't see how my opponent mates me. Honestly, my opponent's gonna have to, that's a hard sell. My opponent's gonna have to convince me that that's actually losing. Okay, c6 cuts off the defense of the knight. I could ignore it and just take. My opponent takes, I take with check. It's not terrible, but like I said, I'm not really convinced by not terrible. Let's play rook to e3 and defend the knight. Again, this rook still can't move because I take this rook. Okay, rook to b8, I'll go ahead and take this pawn, threatening queen takes e6. Oh no, we get the resignation. I've never been so let down by getting a resignation from my opponent. Okay, that is not what we wanted. And that's the final big obstacle here, is if my opponent resigns because they're like, oh, I'm getting mogged on while I set up, the king step aside for checkmate, then we don't get it. We don't get the award. And I think that's why this is going to be so difficult. Okay, we do win game number 1, but not with our objective achieved. So let's go ahead and play another game. All right, we get game number 2, similarly rated opponent. We're going to go ahead and play the Caro-Kann. With any luck, we'll get a line that isn't... Oh, okay, never mind. I was going to say, with any luck, we'll get a line that isn't too confrontational, and then we get advanced, which closes up the center, lends itself to all sorts of flank attacks. Let's go and play h6, so the bishop has somewhere to drop back to, and then we're just looking for like e6, c5, knight here, blah, blah, blah. Normal opening stuff. Okay, we've gone from normal opening stuff to now a little bit of a sketchy position because my opponent is very ahead on development. I still have 2 pieces and then a third tempo that I need to castle, and we're already under attack. Now, I could just take, but then takes back, hits my queen with tempo, and I don't think I've actually weaned off any of the pressure. So I'm going to defend the knight on c6, and then I'm probably just looking to develop and then castle out of the way. I really need to castle sooner rather than later, and then I can just be up a pawn in the endgame. Okay, queen to a4. Obviously, the threat is takes, and then taking back wins not only a pawn, but forces me not to castle anymore. Knight to e7 seems to solve that issue, but then the bishop can't develop for me to castle. So how do I go about this? Okay, let's try this little number. Bishop d6. It kind of gives us a tempo because we're threatening mate in 1 and we get g3. Sweet. So now we've developed the bishop and now we can play knight to e7. Everybody's defended and now I can just castle out of the way. There is an interesting move here, bishop to f4. We'll see if my opponent sees it, with the idea that even though it kind of drops the knight, there's like rook to d1 after, maybe hitting d6. I don't know if me trading off the queen gives me the tempo I need though. It might be okay for me actually. Bishop f4 takes. Okay, we get capture on c6. Let's go ahead and take back with the knight. This was part of the plan. And now bishop to f4 might be a little bit annoying. Like bishop f4, queen c5. I mean, I hold on to the bishop. I don't see a world where I lose the bishop, right? Our opponent does spot it. I don't see a world where we lose the bishop, but then again, I don't see a lot of things sometimes. And truth is, I need an endgame, and not any endgame. I need a close enough endgame where a 2,000 plus rated opponent thinks it's worth playing and lets me actually get to the point where I can shuffle my king out of the way and deliver mate. Okay, ooh, bishop back to e3. I mean, it could turn drawish if my opponent forces it to. What about queen b4? Takes. That seems to solve my problems. Nice, we get the queens off the board. Suddenly the king in the center is actually not so bad. Maybe even king to e7 is a possibility. And then we bring the last rook out, even Steven, except I'm up a pawn. We'll see what my opponent lands on here. Probably bishop takes. And then after I take back, queen takes a7, and then I castle out of the way anyways. Right, that's exactly what we land on. I'll go ahead and take back. I drop the a7 pawn, but I do get to castle. And now we're back to even. We're both developed, arguably equally. I am threatening b2. Queen is a little bit far advanced, so maybe I can put some pressure on her. But I have an isolated c6 pawn, so I wouldn't say that I'm all that comfortable with the position. Although, to be fair, I do have the bishop pair, which is pretty good considering the center is open, and there are plenty of diagonals to play on, not to mention these weak and light squares. So we'll see how this kind of develops. Okay, rook to d1 stops me from taking the pawn because it threatens the bishop, and forces me to decide how to address it. Let's try bishop to e5, put some pressure on the knight. Bishop is pretty comfortable on f6, nice and rooted to the pawn on g7. Same with this bishop, also rooted. Oh, and I didn't see bishop to c5. Hits the rook, hits the queen. Yikes. All right, we'll go ahead and take our free pawn. Obviously, well, probably our opponent will take, and then I decide whether to take on c3 or take the bishop. Ooh, knight to a4. Our opponent ignores it completely. In fact, this is on the table, but it's probably not better. When we get to this position where I have a rook and a bishop for a queen. Maybe that's okay, actually. I'm not sure. I'm not super interested in risking it. Let's just play queen to c2. Ooh, rook c1 hangs the pawn. I will accept. Okay, bishop finally takes. We'll go ahead and take back. We drop c6, and then we have to see if there's a way to justify this. Maybe like bishop c2, defended by the queen. Ooh, okay. Opponent probably sees that and ignores the free pawn to play queen c5. Let us... Ooh, I could just take. If I take and my opponent takes back, then I really do have just a bishop for a rook, which is not the worst thing in the world, but I've seen better days. Let's do it. Let's just take this knight. Queen will take back, and then we'll see how we can actually develop our pieces a little bit more. Let's maybe rook to a8. Oh, wait, rook to a8 loses to this. Oh, our opponent didn't see it. Holy smokes. Right there, rook a1, boom. Because the queen defends that square, loses the rook. Holy smokes. Wow, this challenge is turning out to be quite a difficult one, considering I'm just trying to survive at this point. Okay, let's do this. We'll play queen to g4. This pawn is as good as gone, and I'm willing to accept that. If our opponent takes, I might play like rook to a2. If any checks happen, maybe king here, rook here, pretty scary. Oh, I've got to risk it for the biscuit. Let's give it a go. Oh, actually, bishop e4 here is interesting as well. Ooh, let's try that. Bishop to e4. That looks like fun. Protects the rook by x-ray, and then hits the queen. Ooh, pin. Hello? Ooh, counter pin. Okay, and if I take, my opponent takes. Interesting, interesting, interesting. You know what? Let's do it. That looks like fun. You want to talk about fun? That looks like fun. Let's play bishop d5, root the bishop to the pawn. We have a pawn and a bishop for a rook. Weaken long diagonal, so if this rook ever moves, it's mate on the back rank. And the cool thing is, none of this brings us any closer to mating with just the king. Although, we are in an endgame, which is good. That's what we said we wanted at the beginning. We wanted an endgame, and we've gotten one for the most part. Play h5. King to f2. I don't know, let's just bring the rook in, maybe rook to f3. We're both under a minute, and there's no increment. So if I set this up, it has to be with incredible finesse. Rook c7, let's play h4. Maybe we can create some weaknesses on this side. Otherwise, we just trade, and that's all right as well. Our opponent's ticking down to 30 seconds now. Let's go ahead and take. Opponent takes back, check. King over, and I believe I can just take this for free. We might actually be doing quite okay here. Check again. Okay, king moves back to e2. Let's take on f4, and king comes forward to e3, check. And we'll just keep the king cut off with rook to a4. Okay, maybe looking for a sack, I'm not sure, but I'll start pushing my pawns. Great. I mean, this is promising. I'm still not seeing how this converts into us checkmating with the king moving out of the way. Opponent has 18 seconds. Opponent would probably rather flag at this point than lose. Ooh, take? This should be completely winning now. Yeah, bishop here, and then we just push like e5. Okay, bishop defends f7. Not to mention we have this little check, and then we can even shuffle up to e4, defend the bishop. Nice, that looks pretty good. 10 seconds for our opponent. Let's move this way so we can sit tight. e4. Ooh, nice. Nice little defense. King is nice and safe. Opponent has 6 seconds. I have no idea how I turn this into us mating with the king, though. I have 10 seconds left. Let's just push here. We force promotion. Okay, opponent takes with check. Play check. Oh, and I'm down to 6 seconds as well. I can't lose this just because I'm trying to mate with the king. Oh, and our opponent loses on time. I was actually thinking if I could set up this ladder's mate, I would have pre-moved the king all the way over and we might have been able to get that king mate, but it just wasn't going to happen. Anyways, with that, we win game number 2, and I'm starting to take the hint that this is just not going to happen in this specific manner. Let's see what happens if... Oh, and there's some of you in chat. That's funny. All right, I've given this some thought, and I think we're going to have to try a different approach. We are going to make our way over to the bots, and we are going to play against our very favorite, very own. I mean, we've been playing against this bot since the very beginning of this channel. I pretend to hate him, but don't tell him I said this. I really do care a lot about him. He's brought our channel a very, very long way, and that's the Martin bot. Let's go ahead and play the Martin bot. And truth is, I have no idea if we get this award for beating a bot. I really don't know, but I think I've gotten achievements for beating bots before. I'm not sure if they were bot specific, but I think this is worth a shot. Let's go ahead and take some free pawns, because why not? Martin plays d6, ICBM. Okay, no, Martin plays b5. Back on track to being Martin. Let's play bishop g5, hit the queen. And Martin says, how about en passant? Very tempting. Martin is not wrong. That is very tempting. Let's take. And I think my first goal is just to take all of Martin's pieces. And once I'm done playing Hungry Hungry Hippos for the first half of the match, ooh, Martin actually moves it out of the way, then I'll set up my king mate. All right, that concludes a very fun but a little bit tedious game of Hungry Hungry Hippos, and now we actually have to set up this mate. So we have ladder's mate here, basically. I'm going to keep this rook on the 7th rank, and I'm going to crawl my king up to the front. Nice. Now, I think I need to place this rook here, and I think the final orientation is king has to be on g8, this rook has to come to h8, this rook can still see the 7th rank, so this king can't go anywhere, and this king steps up to g7, unleashing this rook and unleashing the back rank rook to deliver mate with a king move. So, first things first, king needs to come down to g8. Nice, and this king now defends the rook, so this rook is free to come over. Nice, rook to h6, king is stuck on the 7th rank, we'll play rook to h8. And our final move is king to g7, and we do get checkmate. Nice. All right, now we have to see if we actually got an award for that or not. And that was all for nothing because we didn't actually get an achievement from that. Okay, so apparently you can only get achievements from playing humans. Now, I have to wonder what is my best shot of actually beating somebody. I guess 5 minutes is like a happy medium because it lets me play a bunch of games, but at the same time I have time to think. All right, let's play some more games. All right, we got a hung queen. But then we get resignation. This is starting to feel pretty impossible. Okay, we might have an opportunity here. I'm kind of bracing myself, I hope. Oh, my opponent's just gonna give me mate right away? That's not what we wanted. Do I just take it? Wow, this is so disappointing. Actually, let's try this. And if our opponent plays here, I take with the king. Nice. And then I just need to move the king. Please don't resign. Please don't resign. Please play one more move. Yes. Oh, wait. Does that work? I play check, block with the rook, and then I take with the king. No, don't resign. Why would you resign? Oh, you've with the king. No, don't resign! Why would you resign? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. We were so close. Another resignation, please. No, why would you flag? Oh, so close. Right there, we could have got takes, move the king over, promote, and then king back would have been mate. Alright, so we've got the subscriber up. Luckily, they agreed to play a game. And we're going to see if we can set it up the way that we are imagining it. It is a rated game, but if I win, I get 0 points, so my opponent shouldn't lose any points either. So, should be even Steven. This is more to see if we can actually get it finally. Just going to play a normal London system. I'm going to be honest, I'm so brain fried from all the other games that I've played that I'm not even totally thinking clearly right now. Okay. So same things as previously apply. I mean, I'm happy that we have central control and whatnot, but we're basically looking for an endgame. Okay, I'm going to continue to offer trades, even though I probably could take advantage of these weak and dark squares. Again, I'm not looking for checkmate. I'm looking to simplify into a winning endgame. So we get knight to d5, opponent dodges the trade. Let's see. Let's try a3, maybe we can set up c4. I'm not sure if that weakens d4 too much, but I'd like to kick this knight somewhere where it has to trade, or just win it outright if we can trap it in the center. Okay, queen d7, if we play c4, not safe, not safe, not safe, not safe, illegal, illegal, illegal. If my opponent moves here, also unsafe. There is the intermediate move f6, could hit the bishop, but I believe takes, should still be reasonably okay. I mean, I'm not sure if it's that much better, but should be reasonable. Otherwise, I can just drop the bishop back and leave f6 where it is, since it traps the knight all by itself anyways. Ooh, knight to f6, okay, we pick up the free knight. And now we're not looking to checkmate. We're not looking for like queen here and then mate. And we're definitely not looking to get mated ourselves, although that's a very tricky, clever move by our opponent. We're gonna play f3 to stop the mating idea. But what I was saying before is we're not looking for mate, right? We're just looking to simplify into a winning endgame. Let's play this, win the bishop. All right, we pick up the bishop. Oh, and my opponent says whoops, because they actually lined up. See, I'm telling you, I'm so brain fried after all of those games, but our opponent plays rook to d8, which would have hung the exchange, and even says whoops, and I still didn't see it. So let's play this, and maybe we can win it this way. Okay, queen to d6, our opponent sees the idea and leaps out of the way. Let's play here, see if we can force it back. If not, queen to d8. Oh, nice. Oh, wait, this doesn't work anyways, c6. Maybe queen e4 first, looking for bishop takes. Bishop f6, this should still be winning. I mean, it drops 2 bishops for a single rook, but again, I'm looking for simplification. I just want to win the endgame, so we'll go ahead and take all of these. And if I can remove these last 2 pieces, we're looking in pretty good shape. Let's play queen here, because why not? Queen e5 centralized, so she can't get booted again. Queen to h5, check. It's crazy, because I can't win now. If I win now, then I don't get the mate that I'm looking for. Let's try g4. Takes. Hopefully, by making the rooks look at each other, we can get a trade. Sweet, that's good. That's a good sign. Queen to h3. It's not actually threatening threefold. In fact, we can trap the queen with bishop here, right? Because then the queen doesn't have queen to h4 anymore. No legal moves for the queen. And I can play check and then bring queen g2. And then we can try to promote to another queen on the queen side. Okay, we do pick up a free queen. And now I need to march the king all the way to the other side because we know how this setup looks. All right, we're going to play here. Check. Oh, that's the wrong way. Let's play check again. How do I force this? Bishop check. Okay, king moves back. That's good. Let's move the rook over. Now we've trapped our opponent on the 7th rank. We play king down to b8. We need queen to a8. Nice. And now we just move the king out of the way. And we do get checkmate. Nice. GG's. Our opponent figured out what we needed. GG's. All right, let's see if we did get the award. It may be that we don't get the award if the rating difference is too high. Oh, we do! Oh, we do get the award. There it is. Hold on, I have to screenshot it. No, it went away. Are you kidding me? Okay, it went away, but I can see it in my profile. There it is, our most recent award, Killer King. If you guys did enjoy this video, please consider liking and subscribing. Let me know down below what you guys think of the Killer King achievement. Have any of you guys achieved it legitimately? Because you could argue that I finagled my way around it a little bit. But if you guys did enjoy this video, please consider liking and subscribing. And let me know if there are any other achievements that you want me to get.
What is your favorite class in Hearthstone? What do you think your favorite class would be?
Probably either Druid or Mage or Shaman.
Okay, I'm gonna give you Druid because you love Druid.
We had to keep the meme going.
So pretty much the way this is going to work is like an arena draft. Now, people are going to be like, this isn't creating a standard deck, blah, 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 blah. But like, rather than showing you every single card, it's going to be too much information. And like, we just don't have the time for that. You are just going to look at 3 options. You're going to pick the one you want. And that's pretty much it.
This is more fun though.
I do agree with you. I think it's a better like way of doing this. Okay, go for it.
All right. Should I read them off like I usually do?
You could just be like,
just pick.
You could like go through it really quickly. You could just be like, you could ask me a question for mechanics. I will gladly answer them.
Got
yeah, like
what is a drink spell? I see drink server gives me drink spells.
A drink spell was given to classes in Perils in Paradise. It's pretty much just like Warlocks, for example, is you could use it 3 times. It does 3 damage and then it gives you 3 life back. Mage has like a different one. They all have different examples of this. I would say on average they're fine. Like they're playable.
Okay. The Bumbling Bellhop seems okay because it's a taunt, and then if you're holding something bigger, you get to summon a copy of it. I think this is standard though. This isn't even arena.
This is standard. You're building the deck for standard, yeah.
I have to build a standard deck. I think I'll still go with the Bellhop. I think value wise, I have to still build it in the context of an arena deck though. So
that's fine.
We'll go Bellhop. We'll go Bellhop. You can tell me how bad my decisions are. 2 legendaries. Spellburst, give a minion your hand +3/+3, and Spellburst. Battlecry, discover an amazing. Okay, what is an amazing amulet?
Okay,
to give to both players.
6 options, I think, for 7.
They're like God.
They're like deal 6 damage, take control of an enemy minion, heal for 12, and then your opponent.
Are they generally good?
They're generally. He is a very good card. He is
a. Take him.
Okay.
Take him.
Okay, it's fine.
I'm not here to figure all this stuff out. Hey, I know that guy, Bitterbloom.
You know that guy.
Reforestation. Choose one, draw a spell, or draw a minion, and then Battlecry, get a random dream card. I think you showed me those.
You do know what the dream cards are.
Okay.
Somebody did, yeah.
Are we going in on imbue.
I mean, we do currently. We do not have a vault, so
we don't have like the guy. But if we get him and we don't go for all the imbue cards, that's rough. That's rough.
It is rough. It is rough.
You know what? I'll give you the reforestation. Sure, okay. Take that. Okay, 1-drop Living Root, steal 2 damage, summon. I think I remember that from like Classic. That seemed like a good card. 6 mana, 4/5. At the start and end of each player's turn, draw a card. That seems cool.
Would you want that in Yu-Gi-Oh?
Oh my god, don't even. And then Ward of Earth for 5. Gain 5 armor, summon a random 5-cost minion, and give it taunt.
Don't even get me started.
I mean, at least if you have a 1-cost card, you can do something turn 1.
Okay.
Ward of Earth is random, and then the 6 mana guy just gives you a bunch of cards. Like, I like that, but like, is he gonna stick around? So like, okay, end of your turn, you draw. Start of your, so you draw 2 just by playing him. And then if he lives, you draw a 3rd, technically a 4th, because then it's your start of your turn too, right?
Yeah.
So you're drawing 2 cards a turn, basically.
Yep.
Like, by Yu-Gi-Oh standards, that seems fucking crazy. Like, that seems really good.
Okay, you want to pick him?
Sure, let's go with him. Yeah, let's go with him. I like drawing cards. 2 mana, 2/2. Start of your, after you use your hero power, gain +2 health and has taunt. South Sea, we're not playing pirates, so fuck that. And then Stargazer is an 8/8 with elusive taunt spell burst. Give your hero +8 attack this turn and gain armor. I guess the 2/2, like the 8/8's like a big payoff thing. Cairn, Bloodhoof, taunt, death rattle, summon a 5/5. That seems really good. Trail Mix, gain 2 mana crystals next turn only. And then Wrath.
My man, big Bark Shield Sentinel. It's so good.
I want the Cairn, but I also want Wrath because we have like no removal in this deck whatsoever.
That's the Druid specialty. So,
but the Cairn seems fucking crazy though. It's 6 mana for a 10/10.
Pick whatever you want. Pick whatever you want.
That's the whole point of me doing this video, Rare, is I get to pick what I want. But I want the damage. God, why did I have to get these 2 cards together? I hate this. Give me the Cairn. Give me the Cairn. Bouldering Buddy. Rush Taunt costs 1 less if you have at least 10 mana crystals. At least. Can you get more?
Yes, you can.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Sleep Under the Stars. Choose thrice. Draw 2. Gain 5 armor. Refresh 3 mana crystals. Best in Shell. Tradable. Summon 2 2/7 turtles with taunt. These are all so expensive. Cost 1 if you have at least 10 mana crystals. If we get to that point, though, like, are we going to get there? God, I don't know. All these seem bad. What? What's so funny? They all seem awful.
You're not wrong. Like, I wish I didn't pick Druid for you. Like, I wish I gave you another class. Like, Druid, like, you need, like, the whole package. Otherwise, it's so good.
This is funnier, though. This is funnier.
Right,
okay, go Bouldering Buddy. I'm in on this. Go Bouldering Buddy.
Okay. Oh, my God.
Oh, we got Wrath back. No, okay.
No. Look at the
Sky Mother.
Okay, yeah.
Sky Mother, Aviana. Battlecry, shuffle 10 random legendary minions into their deck. They cost 1. And then Nether Spite, Historian. Battlecry, if you're holding... Okay, we don't have dragons. I don't know how good in Aviana is.
Because,
like, they cost 1. They cost 1, but you have to draw them, and they're random. Like, are they good?
I feel like
you don't have a 5-drop.
Like,
but I want Wrath.
Okay,
I want Wrath.
You want Wrath?
Damage. No, I'll go with fucking Aviana because
don't let me sway you. You want Wrath?
No, do Aviana.
Okay.
You shouldn't have said anything. I'll just say that.
It's fine.
Add 2/2 Treants to your hand. What do the Treants cost?
1 mana.
And then Innervate just gives us a mana crystal to ramp. And then the Shield Master is just a 4. I remember that guy. That guy's like a classic card, isn't he?
He is a classic card.
I could give you an Innervate to be nice.
It's a stat stick. Like, you're just fucking. If a buff, this is horrible. Also, maybe like this, I cast Confusion on my opponent because he's wondering why I'm playing this card. That's pretty good. And the great news is, like, if he does swing, we have a full clear here, which is great. Rat is good versus aggro, I think. Like, Death Knights and Legend just rat on too if they think you're aggro. Yeah, but Death Knight has, I want to say, like, a multitude of ways of actually killing the dudes. Where I don't know if Paladin really has the same luxury. God, I never thought I would say this, but this card's gonna solo the game. I think it's just cooking. So now we can do, I guess we'll do this and this on 4. Which isn't great. He didn't shuffle anything to the top of his deck. Oh shit, 2 battle cries. All right, we need to find. Oh, Carry On Grub is insane too. I missed the hero power. Are we okay with that? I think I have to be. I don't swing here obviously because then he just kills it for free. Where's the Druid hero portrait from? It's in the shop right now. It's like all the pixel skins. I was looking very, very forward to these because I think they look really nice. Are you kidding me? What in the f is that? All right, let's see what's in here. Swipe is good. It's kind of nice. It tells you what's in there. I guess I popped the divine shields. Okay, swipe, and does this tell me when it has? Okay, it does. Get swipe and photosynthesis. You know, I've never really looked at the art of this card, but it's kind of nice. Oh my god. Any advice? No! Shit. Like, we play this. We amulet what? More. I refuse to hear that. I mean, I have to do this. Okay, and then I don't know what we're gonna do after this. I guess it's like has to be this, and then we try. I just don't know how we win. If they don't have Kill Jade, maybe we have a chance because I do have enough value. Simo, what's up, dude? Simo, I'm gonna be honest with you. Your deck's doing better than CGB's did. Surprisingly, to be fair, it's a little bit different circumstances, but it ends up working out. Oh! Can I get a f***ing card that's not from my class, please? Like, can I play the game? Yeah, go face. It's over. Oh, I'm just fucked. Like, I'm just fucked. I can't play the game, bro. This trade, why are we trading at all, by the way? I guess to kill this. All right. I need the best legendary in the world to save me here. Anything that draws, please. Anything that draws. Okay. Please. Am I just dead? Did I just lose? Am I really about to go be barehanded? Dude, I don't understand why this is still a conversation that we're having. I could easily beat a coyote in combat with bare hands. Maybe not like a big one, but like definitely a tiny one. I'm gonna take the fucking legendaries. Let's ball out here. Like, bro, it's not even a conversation that we need to have because it's so apparently obvious to everyone around me that I could beat a coyote barehanded. And like, would I be hurt? Yeah, absolutely I would be hurt. But that's not the question at hand. The question at hand is, can I beat the coyote? And I would beat the coyote. Don't get it twisted. Yeah, I gotta hope this legendary saves me. I hate my life. Sorry. So what do we learn about this deck? This deck just dies to aggro. All right, unfortunately for Simo, we didn't go positive. I mean, some of it might be a skill diff, but I think a lot of this deck faltered immediately when I went against any aggressive deck. But overall, I think Simo cooked. I mean, we got to give him some credit here. He did a good job. For what he was offered, he did a good job, and I'm proud of him. So a couple of questionable...
对王，没有永远的队友，今日的队友，明日的敌人。今天煮过，明天去对面互撞。心姐，我要心姐你们。哎，等等，差点忘记了，你们都没有讲哎，深蹲，长官们，深蹲啊！你们真的要饶过我吗？你们平常不是这样子的哎。你们今天怎么样？太开心了！你们平常不是这样子的，说好体罚深蹲呢，今天直接给他忘记是什么意思？希望明天遇到我，不想遇到你，我不想遇到泰瑞，我真的不想遇到泰瑞，太恶心了，太强了，我不想遇到你。太开心了是不是？太开心了！再给你们看什么假肚脐，5次而已，各位。没想到今天只要深蹲5次，太开心了吧？真的是没想到哎，好丑啊！能不能蹲好看一点啊？蹲啊蹲啊 蹲，怎么讲？哎，这样蹲也很可爱啊，你不觉得吗？这样蹲不可爱吗？蹲蹲。我就是可爱妹子哎。
送个整八加5次。
是的，长官，是的，毕竟一开始我给人家不小心跳掉游戏，那个突然对不对？对不对？一开始有意外，我蹲5次是应该的。是的，长官，我应该的。长官，我应该的。长官，这样可以吗？我应该的。长官，我应该的，应该的，长官，应该的，好不好？
左边有路，这边也有路。
对啊，那边不知道有没有什么东西。
我先去看一下。
我去看一下好了。
有哎、有。哎、等一下。上面是雪洞哎、有。
这里可以干嘛？
你觉得是要先去？
我去看一下那边。
对，我们应该都要过去，因为那有2个开关。然后，没事，我。
哦，要一个人先哦。那边怎么样？
不行，这要2个，掰不动，那你要送过去。对。
哦，我知道了。
这里是那个。
我等下推完之后我要下车。应该是这样吧？哎，没有，你在那里就好了。等我一下，我想一下，我要先过去，然后我等下推完之后，我要下车过去上面。
然后我要待在平台上面等你。
对。你干嘛？
我在扫白幕。等我，没事。
换你了。你干嘛？
他那个前进的速度就有这么一点点快，有一点点快。
OK。人在那边，然后下车。OK。笑死！
跳，然后我一跳，他超快的就不见了，真是超靠北。
哦，找到了，就是这里。果然这里是支线呐。
对啊，不然他为什么每次不会分2个？
我要先把龙放下来。好可爱哟！
毕竟他们不属于那个故事的。
确实。哦，冰天雪地。
Okay, Zoe. This idea is inspired by video games I played growing up. Video games? Get the highest score, get the win.
Oh.
Wait, this is a competition. You bet. Bring it on.
滑雪。
3, 2, 1, go!
哦。
还有分数哎。
See you at the finish line. Not if I see you first.
好不好啊？
Here we go.
Oh shit.
Ah. 我没事。
完了，完了。
综合。
哦。
Get ready so he reaches for the sky. Okay? High climb.
哦，这么帅啊！
Oh, that was rad, Zoe. Whew, I'm on fire. Whoa, bring it on.
这吹。
Jeez, those things are cute.
我完全忘记还有什么哎、除了 Q 以外，我完全忘记还有什么。
Epic! We're almost at the finish line. Eyes on the prize! What a great ride! I am such a natural.
确实，你很有天分。
Oh, sure. Let's blame it on luck. I demand a rematch. Anytime, Mio.
你好老、哦，
我好老，
你好老，你怎么这种游戏都玩过？好老。
I did not know you knew how to board, Zoe. Dude, please. Another side story in the bag. I'm happy I got to keep that one. Shall we? We shall.
We shall. 可以直接下去吗？
你应该可以，你应该可以黄。那那你看看，哎，可以，那觉得你饿，吃饭，好吃。
Have a bite, just don't drool on me.
多吃一点。这是火龙果吗？
看起来很像，形状长一模一样。
有。
阿嬷觉得你饿。阿嬷型玩家。
Hey, we've got some flat rocks
哦，哎，那也可以打水漂。
嗯，
不要玩。
这个要怎么
哈哈，我看一下。
哦，要拉。
太难了吧？
可是它没有飘起来啊，它只能丢很远而已。哦，有了。
哦，
飘了一次。
哇，牛逼！
有，飘2次。
哦。
有哎，我的飘过去了。
哦，我的也过去了。
有。
Scared of me, are you?
I'm scared of you.
Yeah.
No.
Giving that answer was a big mistake, because it triggers something in my opponent, Jim, who then did everything he could to intimidate me.
Check, dude! Checky, doody!
Let's go. Okay. There we go. In London, we played the London. When have you started playing chess?
Don't know.
Huh?
Don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
Can't remember.
Okay.
Long time ago.
Long time ago. Oh wow, I've never seen this.
Good.
I'll go with the knight to the center. Oh, that's a resignation.
No, it's not.
Okay. All right. Up.
Getting nervous.
Yeah.
Don't blame you.
You're playing very good chess, you know, developing your pieces, castling. That's how you should play.
Actually, we would like that. But let's finish this one first. I'll plug you in.
Let's go like this. Ah, you're very solid. I'm about to go all in, just telling you. Okay, it's my time. I've learned this from my grandmaster fiancé.
Is that right?
I play this, but I don't know how to play against this. All these traps for nothing. It works so hard.
Okay. You don't accept my offer.
No, thank you.
Okay, I'll take here.
I'll retake.
Yeah, why did you know?
That pawn really doesn't want to stay there.
No! Naughty pawn.
Okay, rook g1. Looking at your king.
Fair enough. Looking at the king.
Bishop out. That's good.
I do.
That's great.
Whatever. What do you mean? I was reading the whole thing. The whole time.
All right. Since I have an extra bishop, I would like to trade the queens.
Alright.
Ah, you trade. Great.
I took her queen.
That's the only thing you will take. Don't worry.
Bye.
Okay. He took my queen. I respect that. Boom. Boom. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. We'll make it happen then.
Ah, check. All right.
Oh, you saw it.
Thank you.
If you enjoyed this video, you will love this one. I played the strongest chess hustler in New York City.
It shall be done.
Hey, Shando, over here. Allow me to introduce myself, Shando Stormrage. I am Kerlonian Evershade, seller of the finest goods in Astronar.
Hi, Kerlonian. Fancy seeing you here.
You again.
You are acquainted with this dryad, Kerlonian?
Know her? That damn girl wouldn't leave me alone the other day when I was trying to conduct business at Rainwood.
Hey!
But it is great to know you have returned, Shando. As such, I have a small favor to ask of you. I was recently attacked by an abnormally large bear who stole my amulet before retreating to a nearby cave. It is in this humble servant's place to ask you to recover this most valuable possession.
We are currently attending to the forest's corruption. Your personal matters will have to wait.
Please, Shando. That amulet means everything to my business. If I don't get it back, it will be a huge loss to my potential profits.
We will think about it, Druid. Try to avoid leaving Astronar in the meantime, with the wilderness unsafe.
I will, Priestess. And you, Shando Stormrage, I truly hope you consider my humble request.
What threatens these lands? It shall be done.
I'm game. In position.
Go, my minions! Attack!
Upgrade finished. Our warriors have engaged the enemy. Speaking of
Sleep, dull my senses. Threatens these lands. The land and I are one.
Hi!
Something is in the land and I are one.
Hi!
Something is in this.
Cursed kobolds! Be done with them!
Are we being invaded? For the trees. I
Dull my senses. Hush their redundant. Something is in this. Be done. This must be the cave Kerlonian spoke of. We should ready.
You know what's crazy, by the way, is when I made the video for Mechathune, I literally called it Yu-Gi-Oh's, Hearthstone's Yu-Gi-Oh!
Did you really?
Like
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
This will be fun then.
So like,
this will be fun.
It lines up perfect. Okay. All right. Exodia, the Forbidden One. When you have the right leg. Okay, I'm just gonna say right leg, left leg, right arm, left arm.
That's fine.
In addition to that, sorry, my cat is literally attacking me. Leave me alone. When you have the right leg, left leg, right arm, and left arm of the Forbidden One, in addition to this card in your hand, you win the duel. This card was played, not banned.
Was it played?
Competitive play.
So you obviously know it from Legacy of the Duelist, but do you know it in actual Yu-Gi-Oh?
Someone said to me that in a tournament somewhat recently, maybe it was you, this card was played and it did rather well. I can't remember what the exact specifics
I said
was.
it was played in a tournament recently. About it doing well, I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but
was the original question it was good, like it was just played or it was not played, right?
I want you to determine if it was like actually a viable deck that was like something that was not just one person out of 2,000 playing it at a tournament. Like I'm talking about a tier 1/tier 2 strategy. I'm talking about like something you would actually have a reasonable chance of winning in a tournament.
What do you mean? This is the most reasonable thing ever. You just get all 5 cards in your opening hand.
Yeah, it's just you just draw all 5, right? It's a 1 in like 300,000 chance. Yeah, of course. Right?
I mean, listen, just get better. It's a skill difference.
It's a skill difference. Sure. It's a skill difference. Yeah,
but it was played. It was played 100%.
You think it was viable? You think it was viable at any point? I'll also make it easy. Any point in Yu-Gi-Oh, any format, anything.
This is the card. Yes.
You sure? Final answer? Like I can get into it if you're just gonna shotgun
Final answer.
it.
Just say yes already. My God.
A no ban list or like, how would I put this? What if I told you that if there was a like cross banless tournament where you could play decks of like their respective eras against one another, that this deck at full power would arguably be like one of the top 5 decks of all time in Yu-Gi-Oh.
I actually don't doubt it. I actually don't doubt it at all. I feel like I believe you. I believe you. Like I actually think that weirdly in Hearthstone, this would be like meta defining if I just have to get all 5 cards in my hand.
Really?
So
why do you say that?
Oh my, because card draw in Hearthstone's not like
okay, that's fair.
Water in a desert for us, you know? Like we have multiple ways of drawing cards.
Sure.
So like if this was neutral, you put it in Druid, it's actually just game over. Like they would get it so quickly that the game would be
okay.
Not a great
but this
meta
is
in
Yu-Gi-Oh. This is Yu-Gi-Oh. You have to keep in mind.
You've shown me a lot of ways of drawing cards. I feel like this is possible.
Okay. All right.
I feel like the hoops you got to go through for Exodia are not as bad as other things you're going to show me on this. So if this isn't playable, I'm going to believe like almost everything else isn't.
Sure. Okay. So you are correct. This actually, back when it was first released in Japan, because obviously Japan got the cards before we did, this was literally a solitaire format of whoever went first basically would just always assemble Exodia on their very first turn. Let me blow your mind, okay?
Nice.
Pot of Greed, 3 copies. Graceful Charity, which is draw 3, discard 2, 3 copies. Every like banned as fuck card that I've shown you that like draws cards was legal at 3 copies. There's also other broken as fuck cards that I've shown you that were legal during this time at 3 copies, and basically made it that whoever went first, as long as they didn't brick, which was super unlikely to do, would win the game. And so it essentially devolved into solitaire Exodia format where there was like nothing better you could be doing. Funny enough, during this time, the way to counteract it was not long afterwards, mill became a very prominent strategy because they ended up hitting like the Exodia pieces to a singular copy. And so if one of the pieces got hit to the graveyard at that time, there was no way to get them back into your hand. So you just had to mill them 1 piece and the game was over, which is very funny. But even later on, Exodia was actually quite a formidable strategy, although it wasn't like the meta-defining best thing you could absolutely be doing. Someone actually took Exodia 1 year to the World Championship, as a matter of fact, because based on the meta at that given time, they felt that if they played an Exodia deck that played a high amount of stall cards and draw cards equally, that they could just slow the game out until they just drew Exodia, and they actually picked it as like a meta call. I think they ended up getting in the top 8 of that World Championship in particular. I forget the exact standing. I'm sure the comments will correct me, but actually ended up doing quite well. And recently, Exodia actually has support where you're not trying to assemble all 5 pieces. They do a bunch of other stuff now, but you still can, technically speaking. It just doesn't happen very often, but there was other instances where, Exodia has seen its time in the spotlight in the competitive circuit as of recently, and it's really cool that this alternate win condition, it's legendary throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history, has still seen like its time in the spotlight, even by modern day standards. It's you still see people playing with the Exodia pieces. It's very fun.
So hold on, in the original deck, you were saying that they only read 1 copy of each piece.
No, in the OP like absolute best deck ever like version of Exodia, they would actually run multiple pieces because you would have access to so much draw power and like so many things that you didn't. It depending on like when you look at it, because they would hit cards at certain times during this format. Like you don't really want extra pieces, but the deck was so good you could afford to play extra pieces and it was fine. Then
it's 3 copies too, right? For
3 copies.
Piece?
Yep, 3 copies.
Yeah.
But then they limited it to 1. It's very fitting in the show as well, like limiting everything to 1. And they've all been limited to 1 copy ever since. They've never like moved from that status. So it's fun. It's cool to see. And you like honestly in the modern interpretations of the deck, you don't want more than 1 copy. Like they're bad. Like you only need them to win the game. You don't want to actually draw them. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what I'm saying. The Druid, if this was in the game, would be unstoppable. Also, fun fact for you: the Bazaar, which has done like expansions now, has added their own Exodia to the game.
Have they? Interesting.
Which is, without going into like the nuance of how it interacts, basically there's just 1 big piece and a bunch of small pieces. If you get all the small pieces, you like insta-proc the large piece and you just win the game.
Interesting.
It's not as black and white because of how the game operates, but it is literally like its own Exodia, and you're trying to find every piece of it.
Sure, and I think people like alternate win conditions because it forces you to like create a different style of deck altogether, right? And I feel like, and you're going to see this probably over the course of this video, you're going to read some of these and be like, this seems like there would be the potential that it could be achievable, right? And other times you read an alternate win con and you're like, there's no way this is ever going to happen. So I'm curious to see your thoughts on these. Speaking of which, here is the next one.
那小鸡就麻烦你照顾一下喽。放心，交给我吧。好邻居就是要互相帮忙的。小鸡子要乖乖听阿妈的话，知不知道啊？真的嘞，我会乖乖听阿妈的话。阿妈今哪里到位？那我们就出发喽。爸爸拜拜，妈妈拜拜。慢走啊！弟弟，你还没吃饭呢？还没有。那你等我一下，阿妈热一下菜哦。好。弟弟，筷子不要一直敲，以后会变乞丐啊！真的吗？对啦，来慢慢吃啊！这什么？海带呀，你没吃过啊？滑滑黏黏的，好恶啊！我不要吃。多吃一点海带，头发才会黑啊，不然很快像我一样变成白头发哦。妈，可是我的头发本来就……
I'll tell you what, man. Hearthstone actually has a lot of these. It's just Mechathune was such a special case that it was plausible. Some of the other ones are just like mana cost. It just doesn't work out the way you're hoping. So we'll see what happens here. Destiny Board. When this card and all 4 spirit message cards with different names are placed on your field, you win the duel. Once per turn during your opponent's end phase, place 1 spirit message card from your hand or deck in your spell. Oh, okay. So they all, oh my God, wow. And then in the proper order of INAL, are those significant letters in Yu-Gi-Oh or something?
Oh, here they are for you.
Okay. When any spirit message card or Destiny board you control leaves the field, send all spirit. Okay, so it's literally you're all in on this. Like if one of them leave. Okay, hold on, I gotta read these two. Can only be placed on the field by the effect of Destiny. So they don't have any like special meaning. It's just like the letters they picked. Why is it anal?
Oh, I'm sorry. It says anal. Sorry, there should be an I there instead of an A. Excuse me. I guess I just must have. I guess I must have missed that. Sorry. Here's the I for you. You can replace that.
I actually can't tell if that was intentional or not. You played it off very well if it was.
Thank you. I'm not going to tell you either way if that was playing.
Sorry, let me. Do you want to reread the card? I kind of skipped through it because I got the idea of the card as I was reading through it. But okay. Holy shit. Okay, with this card and all 4 spirit message cards with different names are placed on your field, you win the duel. Once per turn, during your opponent's end phase, place 1 spirit message card from your hand or deck in your spell and trap zone face up. In the proper order of INAL. When any spirit message card or Destiny board you control leaves the field, send all spirit message card and Destiny board you control to the graveyard. Okay. Is there a reason why it's significant in order, by the way? Like, is it just like...
It's just because it's... So, this is an interesting lore dump. These cards, like many Yu-Gi-Oh cards, got censored. So, the original Destiny board actually spells death. So, the letters are DEATH, which is supposed to, because, like, in the show, it's supposed to, like, kill the person kind of thing. But for 5-year-olds, because they have to censor everything for Yu-Gi-Oh, they turned it from death into final, which is, basically, the same thing.
Oh, so because Destiny board has an F in it. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. So if any of these get popped, you just, like, your win condition's gone.
Correct.
And you have to start from the very beginning. Place 1 spirit message card from your hand. That's really, like, so the weird thing about this, though, is I wonder if this card was just played to thin your deck out. Because, like, maybe you don't care that it wins you the game. Maybe you're just playing this because it's like 4 cards that you could just potentially draw off 1. And that seems like a cool idea. Because, like, then you inherently have the win condition in. I'm not sure how good it is to just run 4 really bad cards for your deck. If you don't draw the Destiny board, you're probably pretty upset. Maybe it's actually what it was played for. Because I feel like if you're truly going for this win condition, it might be a little rough. Because if your opponent has any removal, it's just sad. You need to respond to it. But maybe back in the day when Yu-Gi-Oh wasn't like as crazy as it was now, because this seems like a pretty old card.
I will let you know, we're going to be, for the most part, going chronological order. This was from the 4th set in Labyrinth of Nightmare. So Yu-Gi-Oh's a lot slower. This is like Yu-Gi-Oh 1 territory we're dealing with.
Okay. And a reminder, Pot of Greed was already banned?
It was at 1 copy.
Could you play all spirit cards if you have them in your hand?
No.
The same turn? Like, did you?
You can only activate them from Destiny board.
It says on the spirit. Yeah, okay. Can all be placed in the field. Okay. So if you drew them, they're just dead cards in your hand, unless you have the Destiny board.
Yep.
Okay, so the idea of like pulling cards from your deck is probably not what you want to do with this. God, this one feels so weird because I'd rather have Exodia than this. I think Exodia is more consistent and like you can actually...
At least you can play them from the hand though. Like at least if you draw them, like it's not completely dead. It says from hand or deck. So there is that.
Yeah, it just feels so bad. Like if you... I mean, maybe my logic was right there. Like maybe you do just play Destiny board just for the fact that you can draw cards from your deck pretty consistently. Because this is like like in theory, this is like a good draw engine. You're not taking cards that you want, but the idea is like if you have to run, what is it, 40 cards in this game?
40 cards, correct. Minimum. You could do 60.
If you run 40, this card theoretically just -5s from it because it would draw a card every single turn as long as it's on the board.
Okay.
So if you could run 35 cards, you would be pretty happy with that in your deck because people would run 35 cards if they could.
Okay.
So maybe that's good enough. Like that's tough to tell. It really depends on what the metagame is and what like the rest of the cards around it are. I'm gonna go with no. I don't think this is playable for like the actual win condition though. I think this is too slow.
But you think it was playable as a mill engine for yourself?
I'm thinking not even mill engine. I'm thinking like just to draw like an extra card a turn. Yeah, thinning your I think for thinning your deck it makes some sense. But even then, I don't even know if that's optimal because like you still have to run these cards. You could just run other cards that may draw you more cards. And like I'm also basing this off. You've showed me so many cards from early Yu.
专为宝贝们量身打造，优厚名利清，各大通路皆有贩售。
Yu-Gi-Oh that just destroy your back row. So I feel like this is not plausible. So I'm gonna go no.
You are correct. So this was definitely Disneyland for sure. This was something I would say this is turned into if you want to like do the ultimate thing that's going to piss off your friends or like you're like streaming and want like a challenge. This is the type of like win condition you try to go for because like you said, it is extremely difficult to do this. There's a lot of issues with this. First of all, like you identified, if any one of the pieces get destroyed, the whole thing goes away and you have to start over again. Another big issue with this engine is that while you're placing your pieces on the board, remember, you only have 5 spell and trap zones. So there's a world where, let's say you put a trap card face down on the field and there's no way for you to activate it because maybe you can't meet whatever the activation condition is. There's a world where you get like 4 letters on the field and you can't put the 5th letter because you're locked because your spell and trap zone is full. And so you can't actually like even get like maybe that card's trying to protect your other cards. But if you can't get rid of that card, then you can't place the final letter to actually like get the win condition achieved. Right. So that's another problem. Similar to Exodia, Destiny board actually received a whole wave of support that was like. Because Destiny board, similar to Exodia, is in the anime. It's played by one of the main villains of the show. And in the show, of course, you know, they make it seem like all cool. Like, oh no, like the final letter is Yugi gonna lose. And, you know, I don't want to spoil anything, but, you know, you can probably figure it out. It's more of like an anime pipe dream than anything else. Very cool concept. And it's like fun because it's supposed to be like a Ouija board. I think they added that out of the art.
冠军大厨宠茂首选西宝。
担心湿气让头发扁塌，抵御湿气新对策 ，Lux 发界首创极轻光。
If you have ever stumbled onto one of those clickbait list articles with titles like World's Top 10 Smartest People, then you might have seen this name come up, William James Sidis. His name is often included in these lists alongside a claim that his IQ is between 250 and 300. For context, that is higher than any recorded result, and anything above 140 is considered genius. People like Stephen Hawking and Einstein are said to have IQs around 160. Now, from what I can tell, this claim about William Sidis's IQ seems highly dubious. In fact, I can't find any evidence that he ever took an IQ test. It was his sister who said that a psychologist had once measured his IQ to be between 250 and 300, but that might have come about from a misunderstanding or an exaggeration when sharing knowledge. The flow of heat goes from hot to cold. You don't see water spontaneously turning into ice because this is such an unlikely flow of energy. Then Sidis mentions the idea of Maxwell's demon, that if you were to have a reversal of this second law of thermodynamics, that you could imagine a sorting demon who could separate the slower particles from the faster ones. The demon could do this by monitoring some kind of barrier between 2 halves of the box, only letting slow particles into the left-hand side and fast particles into the right. You'd see that left-hand side of the box become cold and the right-hand side become hot. something that wouldn't naturally happen, but seems to have made available some kind of energy flow between hot and cold. This second law of thermodynamics also brought in the idea of entropy, which meant that the that the flaring up of a star must be it changing over from the negative to the positive tendency. That in the universe, stars will be constantly crossing over from one section to the next, and that when this happens and a star crosses over from a positive to a negative section of the universe, there happens a slow process of development, of life growth, changing the star from a positive one to a negative one gradually. And here you can start to see where the title of this book comes from, the animate and the inanimate. See where a positive one to a negative one gradually. And here you can start. Some of the claims get academic brilliance, and the first one is doing a good job of describing what we would now call black holes. He calls these reverse stars perfectly black bodies. These stars use radiant energy to build up a higher level of heat. He says that we can only see stars in the section of space where the second law of thermodynamics prevails, but that there is an additional part of the universe which is not visible to us. These black spaces even absorb the light from the white spaces beyond them, so even those cannot be seen by us. And by looking at the distribution of light in the sky, we get an idea merely of the size and shape of our special white space. And if you think that Sidus is predicting the existence of black holes here, keep in mind this is 47 years before the term black hole was even first used, and almost 20 years before Chandrasekhar even theorized the existence of something like.
Probably sharing about Baikal is best to start with its ice, because it's one of the most iconic things to see here in winter. Various microclimates, pure water, and snowy, windy weather form over 50 different types of ice here. Some areas have frozen bubbles.
在湖底有海带，海带就发气泡的。
This is just unbelievable. Some have drifted pieces of ice, and some just have incredible colors.
我认真说，蓝冰从这个角度看，超级像苏打冰的。它蓝到超级不真实，我跟你们说，你们现在看到画面完全不是 Photoshop， 或者是我特别把那个 saturation 调高，没有，它本身的颜色就是这样，就是这么蓝，这一整排全部都是好屌哦！我有一种梦想成真的感觉。以前看那种 National Geographic 或是 Discovery， 他们不是去极地吗？看到这种蓝冰。然后他们拿那个斧头把那冰给凿下来，现在我就是有这种感觉，我好像自己在做一个 expedition， discover something huge。哇！ Wow! It's like a mirror!
It's like a mirror, no joke!
Wait,
Look at this! There's nothing inside, it's so clear. There's no sand, no dirt, nothing. You know what I'm actually thinking of? This ice looks so clean and clear that I kind of want to try a little bit.
No!
I got one.
好吃吗？它吃冰的，
超好吃的。That crisp. Oh my god. This is the best ice cube I've ever had.
哎，我要 share a little bit with me.
这里有超多，你在这边可以拿。You know this ice? It feels like the water from the spring. So pure and delicious. 我跟你说，我找到了一个鸡腿。这个有点像火腿，对不对？
有比较好吃吗？有鸡腿的味道吗？
对，味道很浓啊，完全没有腥味。Good morning, guys. Let me show you how we get ready for the day. So last night we turned off the heater in this small corridor that we have. This is the corridor, and inside there we have a room. It's all covered in snow now. Oh my god. So cool. And look at the door itself. Look at Sony. Usually when you come to a lake, it's still, it's not moving much, but Baikal is different. See the huge ice walls behind me? Those were formed by the waves. During the freezing period, Baikal is moving and the waves reach up to 4 meters tall. So once the water splashed on the rocks, it slowly freezes and forms those beautiful landscapes. And in some parts you can also see the caves with those ice popsicles. I still think that nature is probably the best artist ever. Meanwhile, I'm talking, my face is freezing, so my words are not that clear anymore, but doesn't matter.
My eyes are freezing too.
Patrick's eyes are freezing too, but yeah, you gotta do it for the video, for the beauty of nature. When people talk about luxury, they say Chanel bags, Lamborghini, and some other stuff. For me, this is luxury. Having a warm soup, delicious food, somewhere on the frozen lake, in the middle of nowhere. 我觉得这个饭超级丰富，你们看。Алексей, что мы сейчас кушаем на обед?
Уха из байкальской рыбы.
То есть только здесь можно найти?
Да, только здесь.
Как рыба называется?
Омуль. Она жирненькая, вкусная и полезная, да.
Согревающая.
Согревающая. Запаха рыбы очень мало.
各位，你想知道我每天在冰上享用这些美食是怎么准备的吗？那就要靠我们这个身兼数职的司机大哥给各位看一下。哦哟，福库斯纳达，福库斯纳。
The weather is so cold that the gas tank becomes nearly frozen, so you need to heat it up with the direct fire. Something you've never seen in Taiwan, right?
Yeah, the first time I saw it, I thought it's gonna explode. I was so shocked. I was like, seriously, they are doing that?
It's safe. When it's minus 20, it's safe.
Вкусный супчик.
Вкусный супчик.
Можно тебя поцеловать.
Меня не надо целовать. He's married.
Look at this fish. 哇，
哎，有点木头的味道哎。
对啊，
它是用木头烟熏的吗？
对，
很好吃哎，哎，它已经烟熏到烟上的肉都有烟熏的香气。
我大部分不喝酒，但是来罗斯一定要喝酒。
不是玩的，这是必须的，
必须的，
取暖，
取暖。这也是松子酒吗？
对，松子酒，
松子酒。
Cheers! A lot of people say that, oh, if you drink alcohol, then you will warm your body. Yes, it does work, but you cannot drink too much, because if you drink too much, then your blood vessels expand, and after some time you're starting to lose the heat so much faster. So just drink a little bit to warm up your body, and yeah, just stop there. Exactly. You already got the best friend there.
I was trying to understand what he's trying to tell me, but I don't get it.
Что вы хотели ему сказать?
Секрет.
Секрет. Привет. So winter entertainment. OMG, this is so cool. Though on the top of the lake is frozen, but underneath there is still life and flowing water. It's crazy. If you kneel down, put your ear next to the ice, you can hear how the water is moving. You can hear some bubbles bursting. Oh, kapa. At first it's a little bit scary. It feels like the ice is gonna break. But then you realize it's coming from the deep down the lake, and it creates such a wonderful pulsating feeling. The lake is alive!
电费太贵怎么办？山田空调，下次你的美好生活。山田。
Мы идем в гостей.
То есть у вас все палатки с собой, еда?
Все с собой, все вещи, вся еда.
У нас полная автономка, все с собой. Готовим на бензине. Потому что газ замерзает, мы везем с собой этот калоша бензин специальный, очищенный, и на двух бензиновых горелках готовим. И у нас еще есть автоклав, это такая скороварка под давлением, там нагревается и быстрее готовится.
А ночью вам не холодно в палатке?
Ну, в палатке нет, у нас печка есть, и как бы вполне комфортно спать.
У нас по планам 350 километров, это Хона дойти и до Листрянки дойти.
И сколько дней это всего возможно?
Вот, 10 дней примерно, 10 дней.
А что у вас такое в жизни произошло, что в раз вы решили, а пойду-ка я 10 дней на холодном озере ходить?
Такой кайф. Все больны туризмом, всем очень нравится природа.
Очень красиво.
Лед прямо завораживает. И просторы такие, масштабы.
Или можно заснять ваши волосы? Это просто... Look, this is not gray hair, it's because it's cold. 可是它的压力很大。
压力不大，就是柔松。
小谢，身为西伯利亚人，你觉得现在冷吗？
现在冷。
现在冷。
今天我们有17度零下。
才零下17度而已吗？
而已。
我怎么觉得好像更冷的感觉？
对，就是一般来说在天气预报写的17度，但是感觉零下21。
哦，你看他穿的鞋子超级厚。
Here on Baikal you can also find these animals. Super cute. This is the baby one. It's kind of similar to seal, but a little bit smaller. They live in the fresh water. This is how they look in the winter once they're just born. And closer to summer they change their color to gray. Apparently if you come in the right season you can see a lot of them. Baikal seals are not only cute, but also incredibly good at surviving. If pregnant Baikal seals sense that they won't be able to raise their offspring at the moment, they can delay the development of an embryo for a couple of months and even up to a year. Wow, very convenient, isn't it? In general, Baikal's ecosystem is very embryo for a couple of months and even up to a year. Wow, very convenient, isn't it? In general, Baikal's ecosystem is very unique. Here you can find close to 3,000 of different species of plants and animals. And over 60% of them can only be found here, like the Baikal seal or these sponges that help to filter the water and make it so clean.
Озеру с начала его формирования более 70 миллионов лет. В этом виде, как он сейчас существует, 25 миллионов лет. Трещина до сих пор растет, то есть это две тектонические плиты, которые между ними как раз и Байкал образовался, эта трещина. Сейчас глубина ее около 9 километров. Глубина водной толщи 1642 метра. Дальше уже осадочные породы, песок, камни. На Байкале, в принципе, каждые 5 минут происходит землетрясение, мелкие. Байкал расширяется, углубляется. год за годом.
And now we're gonna do the Baikal kiss. Do you know what Baikal kiss is?
What is it? What is it? What is it?
Алексей, работа ваша легкая, да? Разливать воду.
Я люблю свою работу.
贝加尔湖 Mushta Tibia Purzalave， 好像可以哦。哦，贝加尔湖，我觉得她是一个辣妹，因为她喝起来辣辣的。我喝完之后就醉了。喝完了啊，
超辣的。
我相信大家看这次的影片一定很好奇，为什么我们这次要跟团来？平常我不是自助旅行当背包客吗？那是因为我们这次要来到这种比较极端的气候，那需要安排这些冰上的活动呢。如果你自己去联络的话，非常麻烦。那我们这一次参加的是城望旅行社，他们会帮你安排好所有食衣住行以及冰上的一些活动。非常棒，而且我觉得他们都很用心。从我们抵达贝加尔湖，就会告诉我们哪里比较好拍照，那给我们停留的时间也很充裕，吃得好，睡得好。重点是，如果你有任何的需求，你也可以直接跟我们的导游讲，他都会帮你处理。
Look at the sand. It's purple. This is all natural here. So around Baikal, you can find some of the beaches that are covered with this sand. Oh my god, it's freezing cold. Hello.
Hi there.
Probably some of you might be wondering, oh, how come I'm not going back home and making a video there? Yeah, I would really love to come back, but now the flight tickets and everything is just so crazy expensive, and it takes 3 days to get to Vladivostok from Taiwan. So for now, I'm just putting this plan away for some time.
It's snowing. Can you see snow falling on my face?
Open your mouth, stick your tongue out.
Yeah.
And drink it. It's the most delicious snow you will ever try.
哎，有点咸咸的。
这是你的脸环。
好美哦。
Actually, for Russian people to come here is like really, really expensive. So only wealthy people can afford it. And yeah, it's a little bit sad because I think everyone should see this incredible beauty. Где вам больше нравится жить, на материке либо здесь, в Wedn?
Здесь больше нравится, да?
Почему?
Природа, общение, людей много, когда сезон. Много чего узнаешь, познаешь.
Все, кто приезжает, все интересные, разные, да?
Здесь дорог не будут делать, так как нельзя национальный парк, только бездорожье.
宠爱母亲送最好的老鞋针，指定通路买就送 Hello Kitty 超萌保冷袋。
There are only about 2,000 people living on this island, and to be honest, life here is not that easy. Since it's
我感觉怪怪的呢。赛特没奶你怎么打？干你要踩到夹子！哇！花花花！干他妈他在偷打花，鸡巴！我就说了不能打吧！妈的，赛特没来，你们怎么敢打啊？真的吐了，做白工，做白工他妈还送3颗头。算了，我们的那个都更赛人在努力都更中，他至少有都更到。主播，公主 为什么不上班？我现在就在上班啊！我他妈就是主播，所以我现在在上班啊，有什么问题吗？主播的工作就是开台啊。主播不是什么正经工作，我看你也不是什么正经人啊。闭嘴！你又是什么正经人了吗？你算什么正经人吗？你说，有老板给你发薪水吗？我就是老板，我就是老板。聊天室的人也是老板，聊天室有几百个老板。等聊天室的老板给我发薪水啊！哇，感觉好像要回家的呢，怎么这么多人？你能上中国 B 站，当然可以啊，强制挡你们出来，没有挡我们进去啊。可以啊，不行吗？我的是可以的啊，不过好像有些 B 站的影片会挡，对不对？它好像只能给大陆地区看，我好像有印象，有些影片会挡。可是大部分的影片好像不会挡。我之前确实是有一些影片，好像 B 站是台湾好像看不了的。我之前点
Didn't bring my parents here last year. I guess this is like not a famous garden. So I couldn't find it online last year. And frozen.
It's quite isolated, you need to know how to do everything by yourself. On top of it, things here are quite expensive, and you even need to pay for every single waste that you create, including water.
Let me show you now something more down to earth, the toilets that are here. Because it's a protected area, so you cannot throw the trash or leave any waste here on the island or in the lake. So even the leftovers from the toilets are taken to the big land and then they're recycled there. Although it's a public toilet, once you go inside, it doesn't have much smell because everything is frozen.
It's so cool. It's literally just a plastic bag to collect everything from you.
Приходит специальная техника, которая откачивает, которую здесь откачаешь машину, то в Иркутске можно откачать 5-6 машин за эти деньги. Такие цены здесь. 5 раз 6 дороже, чем в городе. Доставка продуктов, мебели, вещей, это все дорого. Цены все одинаковые, что для местного населения, что для туристов, все одинаково.
But despite all that, people still stay, because by the end of the day, how can you resist this beautiful nature?
Lena，快点换我了！你在那边坐超级久了，是怎样？
不要，拜托，才5分钟，给我5分钟，超舒服的。
如果你是长期需要在办公室久坐，或是像我们今天一整天在冰天雪地当中行走的人，那么乐木级的 SPA 级温感足浴袋呢，就能帮助你促进新陈代谢以及放松你的肌肉酸痛。这个足浴袋呢，非常的轻便方便收纳，只要3秒钟就能塞到你的行李箱，而且它只有550公克，携带起来完全没有负担。 它的桶身呢是43公分的加深，所以你可以完整的泡到你的小腿里面。你一定在想，这跟你一般泡水桶有什么不一样？我跟你说，不要看它小小的，非常的轻薄，它可是有9层恒温环形加厚，加上有 SGS 认证的石墨烯热传导，保证你脚泡在里面呢能够保持温度，不会一下子就冷掉。那像我们这次出国玩，我们就还有期待他们的汉方足浴汤包，你只要加进去，立刻呢就能够闻到100%的天然香草味，而且对你的腿部的肌肉放松也非常的有效。如果你们想要购买的话，我们在资讯栏下方会放链接，点进去立刻购买。
欧维士好浓郁，不愧是欧洲顶级工艺，还有国际大奖。
Car is not the only way how you can get around the lake. You can also use those hovercrafts.
Twice a year during the freezing and melting seasons, neither ferries nor cars can get on the lake. So the only transportation that can take people around is a hovercraft, an amphibious vehicle that can glide on both ice and water.
Now we're gonna take one. I've heard it's pretty fast. It doesn't have any brakes.
It doesn't have any brakes?
Yeah, so all those drivers are professional. Сложно управлять?
С первого раза не получится.
Нет? А в чем особенность?
Нет тормозов.
И как тогда быть?
По инерции, все в зависимости от случая, от погодных условий. Каждый раз по-разному.
This is really interesting because this air pillow does feel like a boat. It's so solid. Underneath too. So every time we go over a bump, it's so smooth, right? It felt like we were driving on a perfectly paved road.
我跟你说，刚刚他在开的时候，我有点小吓到，因为他不是走直线，他有点像一直在甩尾，一直甩尾，一直甩尾，很酷哎。像前面那台，你看，哇！哦，刚刚前面那台冲过去的时候，整个冰喷到我们脸上啊！
Just so purely happy to be out here in nature at such a powerful big place. I do feel like the time is flying so fast and I don't want it to end. Every day we just go out, see different sceneries, travel to different parts of the island, of the lake. It's just so unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that. Though I grew up in winter, this is the type of winter that you can post in books, show in beautiful movies. You know, the whole time I'm looking at the tourist run, doesn't matter how cold it is, everyone still takes their clothes off to take pictures. Yeah, you do want to remember this place.
Thank you so much guys for watching and hope one day you will also have a chance to see it with your own eyes. See ya somewhere in the world.
Okay, I found it. Oh my god, it looks so pretty this way. Holy shit. Oh my gosh.
You're taking a lot of the same place.
Okay, can you take some of me?
Yeah.
Also same spot. You can check the way you took it. I do like back to okay. Was it like over here? Oh my gosh. Oops. Wait.
BTS.
Your appearance scares girls, Milo. I wouldn't think so, boy. Nuh-uh. You're just not confident. No, is this like some people's kink, kind of? It looks like it. Okay. So come here, Gina. Come on, Sarah. You like Gina? Come on. Come on. Ayo. You like Gina? You want? Good boy. Fully charged. Oh my god. I didn't bring a charger. 我没有成瘾，没有啦。我很有这个 self control. You know, I'm not addicted to coffee or anything.
Hello and welcome back to the channel. Today, my goal is to get the Mad Scientist Award on chess.com, which is achieved by playing 10 games of Crazy House chess, where captured pieces are placed back onto the board. Let's get started with game number 1. Alright, obviously I've played this variant on the channel before, but I'm not actually sure how many games I have left before I get the award. Obviously we need 10 in total, but I'm not sure how many are left before we get that actual achievement. We get pawn to d5. For this first game, I'm going to play a little bit conservatively. We'll just play bishop to f4, London system, castle our king away, nice and safe, not looking for any problems. Nice. I might even play bishop to e2. That's a little passive. Let's play bishop to d3, looking to castle, knight to c6, sure, and we're both nice and safe. Now, the rest of this game will be us slowly inching our way towards the kings, trying to create holes in our opponent's defenses, right? Our opponent just took this bishop, we take back. Right away, there's a hole, quote unquote, in our king side. We get knight to e4. I could just take, our opponent takes back, but knight g5 just hangs. But I do need to be looking for those sorts of attacking ideas. Okay, let's start by playing knight to d2. We'll just put pressure on the knight, and we'll see if our opponent full sends with pawn to f5, or just looks for a trade. Okay, we get a trade. I'm going to recapture with the knight because it gets the knight out of the way, and I'm interested in bringing my queen into the attack. Okay, bishop g6. Let's take. Our opponent takes back, sure. Okay, the best time to start an attack was one move ago, but the second best time is always now. So let's start with knight to f3. We need to get some pieces over to the king's side. Bishop g4 immediately pins. Let's try knight to h2 to boot the bishop. If the bishop just shuffles back, then I'm interested in g4. Okay, e5 will take. Our opponent takes back. We are now the one with the extra bishop. And we're actually going to start by placing one of them to e2. Because I want to unpin my queen. If e4, I can just move the knight back. And again, I have a bunch of defensive pieces around my king. We get that capture. Let's take. Then pawn to e4 closes up the position once more. We'll just move the bishop back for now. I'm not loving how much space our opponent is getting. Whereas we are sort of just where we started, really. Not to mention, I'm down about 45 seconds on time. Ooh, knight to h7 is pretty defensive. Let's play c4. Maybe we can like collect some pieces on the queen side and then find a way to break our way through the king side. We'll take back on c4. This is now pinned. Okay, d3 is annoying, but I don't think it does anything concrete at the moment. Let's try queen to g4. Hits this pawn, hits g6, which is pinned to the king. Okay, knight to f6 defends e4, hits the queen. I believe I can just take on g7, or rather g6. Problem is knight to e2 check. I move the king out of the way. I'll play a little more defensively. I'm down under a minute now. I have half the time my opponent does, which is not ideal. That's pretty self-explanatory. Okay, knight d2 forks. Let's move here. Maybe we can defend the bishop. Go ahead and take back. Our opponent has a bishop to place, and we have 5 different pieces we can place. The problem is I really don't know where I would even want them. Okay, that immediately forks 2 different pieces, and now we're in a tough spot. Okay, we're gonna have to cut our losses here. Let's play queen to h4. Bishop takes. I need to get an attack going here, but I have 30 seconds. Let's try knight to h3, and then like bishop g5. Maybe we can somehow recapture and get some sort of... Ooh, rook to h5 is horrendous. Let's try queen to f4. Nice, we get a rook on our side, which is decent. Knight f3 check is a little annoying. Oh, that grabs the queen. Holy smokes. Okay, we'll pre-move the recapture, but we are not in a good spot. Queen to f3 check, we'll block with the pawn. Nice, we'll hit the queen with the bishop. Okay, queen takes, move the queen out of the way. I mean, I don't even have time to calculate here, really. Let's just play this. And, ooh, that is bad for me. Oh, I have no time to even do anything here. Okay, rook to h4. This is just horrendous. And with that, we actually lose game number 1. All right, not the best way to start a series, but we'll roll with it. Let's go to move on to game number 2. All right, game number 2, we get the black pieces. We're gonna go ahead and play that King's Indian again. But this time, I'm going to focus on playing a little bit faster because I feel like that's part of the reason I lost the last game, minus the crazy tactics. I need to give myself plenty of time to think. That's not going to happen if I spend too much time talking myself out of decent moves. Let's go ahead and take the knight, go ahead and centralize the knight, hit the queen, and c6, see if we can grab a pawn. As long as the king is in the center, I feel like I have the initiative. Okay, bishop to e3. Let's go ahead and take. Opponent takes back. Let's place the pawn on f4. If we can incite this capture, that's probably good. We can open up a file on the king. Nice, we're hitting the knight, so our opponent will probably address that. Oh, our opponent castles. Okay, drops the knight, but more interested in the king's protection, which is probably great intuition. Okay, but we do get the resignation, and with that, we win game number 2. Let's go ahead and move on to game number 3. All right, game number 3, same opponent, but we get the white pieces this time. G6, our opponent has the same idea we did, which is just to play King's Indian, and we will just play a London. I feel like we have to play conservative or else we are going to get steamrolled. Okay, we'll play knight bd2. Our opponent castles. I really could just follow suit, but it's so interesting to play like h4, h5. It's probably too risky though, and like I said, I have to play faster, so I'll just castle and play what I know. Okay, we'll play queen e2 looking for e4. And as long as there are pieces kind of littering around my king's position, I think I'll be fine. Bishop back. I mean, I don't see anything brand new occurring here. c5. I have to bite. Let's go ahead and open up the center. Okay, we do get this trade. Let's trade off more pieces, sure. I'm happy to trade off more pieces because it gives me more attacking power. The only issue is it also gives my opponent more attacking power, so I have to beat my opponent to the punch. Okay, pawn to d6. Let's trade again. Pawn takes back. What happens if I sack the bishop? Opponent takes, queen check, bishop back to f7, and I basically haven't accomplished anything, so let's take on c5, and we'll just play f3. Just a nice defensive move against this long diagonal bishop. Knight to knight to f4 forks the queen and the bishop. That is pretty bad. All right, there's not really much I can do against that. Just queen to e3, I guess. Okay, our opponent does take with the right piece, the knight. We'll go ahead and play knight to e4. I mean, I need to start dragging some pieces toward the king's side, but it's quite difficult to see how to break through. Okay, pawn to f5 boots the knight. Let's just go for broke. Well, let's go for broke. Let's do it. Knight takes. If the queen takes, I win the knight. If the bishop takes, I win the pawn on h6, and I'm just looking to either steamroll my opponent and get checkmate, or I'm gonna get destroyed because I'll be very, very down on material. One of the two things will happen, and I'm cool with either one. I just need to actually go for the win on this one. We're still up on time on our opponent, so if we can put our opponent under some pressure, maybe we can get them to crumble. Okay, bishop to h7. Our opponent's going full defense, which makes sense. Let's play rook to d1, bother the knight. Bishop g5, holy smokes. Is that it for the queen? Is the queen trapped? Wow, I did not think that through very well. Okay, truth be told, opponent is gonna have to checkmate me. I'm going to hang on for dear life here. Okay, king takes back. Let's play pawn here, try to win the knight. Here's the plan. Full defense, hold on to the ground as hard as we can, and if our opponent can't checkmate us in 50 seconds, then maybe we have a chance. Maybe, just maybe. Okay, queen to c7, drops the knight. Does it create any checkmating threats? I don't believe so, so let's take. Rook to d8, pawn to g3. Opponent only has 20 seconds left. This is not a lot of time to bring this home. Knight to d2, threatens the rook and also looks for sacrifice, but I will sack first. No issue there. I will happily sacrifice. Okay, let's play pawn to f4. We're just playing defense. We just need to survive for 14 more seconds and then we're good. Let's play, what do I play? h4, looking for knight g5. Pawn to e2, boots my rook. I'm gonna have to sacrifice it, so might as well YOLO with check and pre-move. Opponent plays rook to e1. I believe I can take, forces my opponent to block their own piece. We'll play check, and mate. Nice. All right, crazy comeback for that third victory. Very nicely played, as I compliment myself. Let's go to move on to game number 4. All right, we get the same opponent, but at least now we know the strategy. Survive and get our opponent to crumble under time pressure. Okay, our opponent resigns, but we won't actually count that as a victory. Let's go ahead and play a new game. And actually, I've just realized we don't need to play a new game. We just got the Mad Scientist Award. Apparently, that last game that our opponent just resigned was our 10th game. If you guys did enjoy this video, please consider liking and subscribing. Let me know what you guys think of the Mad Scientist Award, or if there are any other achievements that I should try.
Can also get a coin, which is gonna be pretty good. We're just gonna max it, right? So what we do is last drink here, play this, divine shield this, so the 3 damage we won't get taken. I missed the other one though. We missed. Next turn, Lanessa. I missed on. Otherwise, we would get a lot of stuff going there. So that's a bunch of trees, huh? Guys, this is your night. Everything will be alright. These are not easy boards to deal with though as a pally. Even if I get myself sea shanties, which are probably free.
The sun shines for me.
It still heals 8, right? Even though it dies. So... I mean, if I at least would get one sea shanty here, guys, together with Lanessa, I would summon a full board of it. We're just not drawing enough. Like, if I had just at least one sea shanty or a light bot, we would summon so much more. Ay, 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 ay. Yeah, if you were there last turn, I think I was pretty happy. I don't think this turn I'm gonna be happy with it. We needed that last turn, man. Now there's just nothing, right? And then we would have done this, and we would get all the 8/8s, and boom, bam, boom, bam. Yeah, we're just a turn too slow. Happens. Happens, happens, happens. Happens. It's alright. It happens, shit. These things happen. Hawk is not good. I think it was more about... I think I played too much into it. I shouldn't have played the light bot that easy. It was just too easy farm for him there. I could have maybe waited one more turn there. The Lich King versus Uta.
Could not stop me then. You will not stop me now.
No, no, no. Paladin going as well. So how have you been today, chat? Yeah, I mean, we just lose to the... We lost to Khadgar, guys. Khadgar did all the work, man. Where you can might coin. when you get the Harbinger. So don't tell him, chat. Don't tell him how I did this. S. Oh, look at that golden Harbinger. Turn 3 though. This, coin, this. No Shadow Step. SI for damage. We're playing against Ysera Mage. Sure. I know what I'm gonna do this turn, chat. Are you ready? Oh, that prep was juicer last turn.
Arise, twin shadows.
Might coin the 2-3 here. Let's see what we get. Next turn this. We gotta be fast in this matchup, right? Next turn this. If we kill a minion, we can coin SI for -6. Do you have anything to declare? Rogue's pretty fun to play.
Here we go.
This guy's toast.
This guy's toast! -3ing! -3ing! What do you guys think of SI that deals 3 damage?
Don't use your head. Use mine.
Really? Insta Khadgar Blizzard.
This treasure ain't fit for our pirate.
Khadgar Blizzard, man. That was pretty brutal. So how do we activate this? We can do it with a Shame and Shelter of Zeal, right? Yeah. You can't activate this with prep plays, right? Starting rank, the starting rank when we counted again, Norvis. The first part of the stream has not been counted. Is there any other way you can activate Shelter of Zeal? Only with the 9s, right? So it's Counterspell or Barrier. I mean, I kind of want to get info what the secrets are. It's too slow, I feel, though. But yeah, this deck doesn't deal that much damage now with the 9-drop, right? Because they are not, they're more control-based.
Stand with me.
I mean, this turn we will figure out what the secret is at least. Because we can just hit first. I can also get a coin. Crossbow. Okay-ish. Okay, let's check the secret first. Why is it Ice Barrier, man? What does Khadgar see helpful as Ice Barrier in his spot? It did like... I still think you try to corrupt this, right?
Here we go.
水管臭味来自累积的脏污，久了更造成阻塞。威猛先生超浓疏通胶，有效成分增量10%，迅速去除阻塞和异味。日本销售冠军，庄臣。
Here we go.
Next turn we probably play this. And then hope to get a shame at some point. He doesn't know the secrets. Iceberg is complete useless. He can't Colossal yet, guys. He only played one Photon Cannon. We either top deck something, or otherwise it's probably Shalder Azil here. I don't think he's gonna Blizzard. Blizzard is way too YOLO. Okay, so now he knows. How did he get that? Okay, he actually could have technically done it there. Oh, bro. Didn't attack with Stonehill? That was my first attack. I checked for secret there. I'm kind of losing to Khadgar, man. Khadgar did too much. That first Blizzard wrecked me hard. Really. Can't weapon now.
This treasure ain't fit for a pirate.
Is there anything to dream my own minions?
So many options.
Man, we need to do more. We're losing. This is the last turn that I know the Colossal doesn't come down. So I think I just go in. I mean, we have Zepega. We have a Shame. We have stuff. Yeah, I mean, we just lose to the... We lost to Khadgar, guys. Khadgar did all the work, man. Khadgar legit did all the work.
We will become so much more than the universe has left us.
I mean, Control Mage I think is pretty good against Pele now. That's the main reason where it has been popping up. Yeah, this becomes unwinnable now. I mean, we still have a shame. Also that we didn't get Zilix. Do you think you play Wet Weaver on 1, guys? Sometimes I'm like, Wet Weaver is so good later, it's not that great on 1.
Have you filled out the paperwork? Have you filled out the paperwork? Have you filled out the
Need Antonitis or something.
屈臣氏猫咪感谢季，千件商品第2件5折，会员满600送600，再享好礼3重送，一定要屈臣氏。
In any moment he just draws Colossal, we're dead though, right? Yeah. Spend a lot of mana and get Shadow Step. Is Sepega reading the board a little bit, by the way? I mean, why is it giving Shadow Step when it says spend a lot of mana?
Our path is clear.
Yeah, we're just dead next turn. He drew the Colossal now.
I must be decisive.
We're dead. GG Ties, I was the mage. Hello, GG Ghostarp. GG. Mr. Rocky. I don't think you keep Barbringer, maybe. Maybe it's just a little bit of a bait. I think you just look for Harbinger opener. Let's just hard mulliganing for it. I think like Creature of Madness is fine. You need to do things early game. Not doing things early game is gonna lose you games.
Block number 802, welcome to the collection.
Oh, good old Starship Shaman.
Raven online. Such unique markings.
Next turn we can weapon this 2-1 down. Could do this next turn. Wait, his skin is, or his face is slowed yet. Oh wait, is he not? His I think his game is lagging. Did you see that? He has a lagging hero. I think he's just playing the Starship, guys, and that's it. I don't think he's just playing the blah 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 deck. Draw. Draw.
Number 802, welcome to the collection.
So I can play Comet, but there's nothing really to get, right? He plays Hex. Actually, he can just launch this with 2 AoEs, actually pretty good. Is he actually just 5 mana launching this? Times 272, what happened? What do you think happened? Make a guess. That's a pretty funny one. Okay, let's do the funny things. You draw Murmur and it goes bye-bye! He draws Murmur, chat. Murmur, bye-bye! Bye-bye, Murmur! Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Any card is drawn, make it temporarily. So if he now top decks Murmur, the Murmur is gone. I repeat, the Murmur is gone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye! Ah, bird watching, damn it. Still funny, though. Still a pretty funny play. Okay, 0 mana. So if we get double backstab, we clear these. And then we weapon that, right? If I discover a card... Wait, any card that is drawn. This is not drawn, right? It's not drawn.
This guy's toast.
Wait, I'm at 15 live. How am I at 15 live? Wait, what happened? How am I at 15? He never had a minion. Did I take so much damage? I think this card can actually be sneaky good against him, because he has quite some expensive cards. We place it from the top. Sure. I have to be careful with this. So he still takes double damage. Shadow Step, and I have to play it.
Hey, lights out.
Have you filled out the paperwork?
Damage.
Hey, lights out. You're through. Hey, lights out.
I have to play the Shadow Step, otherwise we overdraw it. Maybe I shouldn't kill the healing totem. But yeah, so it at least plays this better, right? So let's see if he pops off. I mean, all depends if he got Murmur or if he got the combo, but he doesn't have that many cards. We have a lot of damage now. This is just how you play Rogue, right? You just play the spam the cards with whatever minions, you try to deal some damage. He can't play the top deck card, guys. That means this card is going Kek by. Ha ha ha! You have almost no cards! Oh my god. Oh, he can. I mean, Turbos though. It's not a big impact. Oh yeah, classic Harbinger draw. Turn 8. Thank you very much, Harbinger. 7, 10, 11, 11, 20. Oh no, oh no, 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 no! I can't do anything about it, right?
More wishes? No way!
What happened again? Hey, lights out.
Was it not good for me to laugh so hard, chat, when it happened to him? Was that a mistake? Nah, it's fine. We're chilling. We're chilling, right? He's gonna play Nebula now, though. He has Nebula there. Oh, he got lifesteal. Oh my. How did he hit lifesteal, chat? He just hit it, huh?
想多吃，却有这么多双眼睛盯着你看。胃王休斯轻动饮，专利技术帮助代谢，独家水溶科技34倍好吸收，轻盈自在，不为别人眼光。休斯轻动饮，喝出你的美丽与自信。
Bro, I'm not gonna lose this game, right? This game is a joke. Alright, let's get something mana spending. Draw with this guy. Should I trade first?
Won't happen again. Now this is treasure.
This treasure ain't fit for a pirate.
Wait, the Hagata thing didn't start in his hand, right?
Do you have anything clear?
I lose Neophyte. He hit lifesteal, that might win him the game. He can't play it, I think, because the Nebula became a different minion, right? So... one minion will survive. Two minions, actually. This in this is a 7 mana combo.
Arise, twin shadows.
Now this is treasure.
Let's see.
Nightmares are never forgotten.
I'm short on time. Hit a bird. Get time to get ready.
Okay, so he can now do this, right? But he needs to click. Sometimes with signature cards, guys, I legit have to look. I just don't know what they are. I was like, what is this card, man? Did you ever see Signatures Nebula? So we might go Shudderwock Marine, right? Actually, Birdwatching Zilly is pretty good for Smorg.
Island powerful to nightmare.
Legendaries, right? Faster! It's fine though. We're doing pretty good. This is a pretty good board. I should have clicked. Didn't I click that first? Oh. I did that for a hand space. Now I want Signature Nebula. It looks so good. For how much would you buy it, Kubu? I can message Blizzard and be like, hey, I know some players that would love to buy the Signature Nebula. If you put it in the shop for maybe only 40 euro, maybe they will buy it. Would you buy it for 10, chat? What price does Blizzard need to put on cards that makes you like want a Pepega swipe?
Unexpected.
I haven't spent a penny on Hearthstone. I have spent some pennies. But they're investments, because it makes my account being... it makes the viewers more happy. One more game till we are gonna do food, okay? Main content incoming. Guys, if a professional Hearthstone player doesn't work out, we can still be